Thank you very much. Please, you can be seated. All right, and you are welcome to the 8th edition of the Lip Science Open Science Symposium. Can we put our hands together for Lip Science? We have Mr. Advocacy for the Directory of Open Access Journal and also the consultant for African Outreach for Directory of Open Access Books. Please put our hands together for Olihoy. Then we have here Madam Susan Shanna. She is the Development Director at the British High Commission in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Madam Susan Shanna. Oh, please continue clapping till she takes her seat. Thank you. Then we have the chair of ONLU here in the person of Professor Jibril Alassan. Professor, please let's put our hands together for Professor Jibril Alassan as he takes his seat. We are also privileged to have Engineer Olakami Adewara. He is the General Secretary for the Committee of DICT. Please put hands together for him. And he's also the Director of ICT at Obafemi Oluwonu Ile-Ife. Forgive. I'm sure by the time I finish with the moderation, I would have learned a lot of Nigerian language. So please forgive me. All right, we have, WACREN is a regional network, and we have some of our national research and education networks here. So shall we invite Mr. Owen Iyoha, the MD for EcoConnect. Please put your hands together for Mr. Owen Iyoha. EcoConnect is one of the NRENs and the WACREN right here in Nigeria. All right. And then we have the Chief Strategy Officer for WACREN and the coordinator for Lip Science, the person of Mr. Omo Oaya. I'm sure a lot of you have already heard and spoken with him one way or the other. That's Mr. Owen Oaya. Please put your hands together for him. And then finally, we have Professor Abdullahi Ibrahim Musa, the VC for Kaduna State University, but representing CVC-NU, Professor Abdullahi Ibrahim Musa. All right, so the stage is set now. Our online audience are also watching. We're going to send a link to you so you can also forward it to your community so everybody will watch. The whole world is watching this particular event. All right, so without much ado, we want to start with the welcome remarks. And again, we are privileged to have...
Welcome, Susan. I was like, oh my God. I never knew that she is a namesake to one of my mentors in the United States, Susan Shuna. The spelling is not the same, but pronunciation and transparent approach to scientific research of innovation. Open Science Conference has been there to me personally for over 25 years. I have been and I will continue to be an advocate of open science. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, where knowledge knows no boundary, where we access knowledge 24/7 regardless of time and space, it is only fitting that we gather here today and throughout the next few days for us to explore the immense potentialities of what science have for us, and particularly its relevance to Nigeria. We ask ourselves one key question. What is it? What is in it for Nigeria? This is a critical question. I will want us in our discussion to address this, and by the time we are departing, I will want us to come back to the same question: what is in it for Nigeria? I am very confident that together we will uncover the transformative power of open science and its immense benefit to Nigerian society. As some of us have known, open science has transcended traditional boundaries. It fosters collaboration and it opens doors to new possibilities, more than we can imagine. It embraces diversity, inclusivity, and accessibility, ensuring that the fruit of scientific labor are not confined to only ivory towers, but it reaches every corner of our society, including our most vulnerable group. The conference is a platform for dialogue, not for one-way dissemination of knowledge. It is a space for sharing experiences and an opportunity to find solutions to the complex problems facing Nigerian society and problems that forbade Nigerian boundaries. Our discussion here in the next few days will revolve around the core principles of open science: open access to research, sharing of data and methodologies, collaborative research endeavors, and the engagement of the wider public in scientific discourses. We have gathered impressive line of speakers, as you can see, from far and wide, and they are all here to participate in the discussion and ask questions, share our experiences, and forge new connections. Forging new connection is of particular interest, so let's not just sit down here and dialogue, but we should exchange addresses in a way that it will make us move 3 steps forward from this conference a possibility today. Your dedication to the cause of open science is inspiring, and I am confident that our collective effort will leave a lasting imprint on the scientific future of Nigeria. With this, I will want to once again welcome you all, and I wish you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ibrahim Musa. Okay, so now we want to take a round of 1 minute goodwill message from all of our dignitaries here. And so we're going to start with the MD for Eco Connect, Mr. Owen Iyoha. 1 minute, thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this symposium. I'm sure it's going to be very informative. There's so many people to thank. Putting on an event like this requires a lot of effort, time, resources, and coordination. So I'd like to just say thank you primarily to WACREN for bringing this, for LipSense as well, for all the work and advocacy that they've been doing over the years. So we're really looking forward to more impactful information today. So well done to the team.
Thank you, Mr. Iyoha. Let's hear from Engineer Adewara.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're happy to be here. I want to thank the organizers for bringing all of us together. I bring you greetings from the Committee of the Directors of ICT in Nigeria Tertiary Institution. Over 260 directors are in this space, and it's so nice to see where science, of course, and technology, where they converge. And seeing the role that directors of ICT play is very, very significant in our institution. So we're happy to be here. We've worked closely with WACREN in the past, and we look forward to deeper relationships in this direction. This conference, this meeting also provides us with additional areas for collaboration. We're happy to be here, and I wish all of us very, very fruitful deliberations also. Thank you.
Thank you, Junior. Let's hear from Prof. Alasan, the chair for.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me, on behalf of Association of University Librarians, welcome us to this event. I want to first and foremost thank WACREN, EcoConnect, LipSense for focusing on the duties of university librarians and for looking at it as, yes, these people are supposed to be drivers in the issue of open science. I've been attending WACREN event since 2015, 16 thereabout, and I know that we have a lot to benefit if we have partnership with the WACREN. And similarly, LipSense, they have always been working hand in hand with WACREN, and each time they have this, they always invite university librarians and directors of ICT. So I think it's just a renewal of the marriage between WACREN and these two bodies. So I believe that we will have a lot to gain, and this will facilitate a lot of what we do, and we'll be able to do it better. Thank you. Once again, good morning.
Thank you, Prof. Let's hear from Tom Hollyhike. Tom is coming from Dowaj and Dowab, and we are happy to say they are co-partners in today's event. Let's hear from Tom.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be here, and it's mainly thanks to Omo Ohaya. And I have met him in several conferences in Africa. I think I'm here to represent the Directory of Open Access Journals and the Directory of Open Access Books. And both journals and books, there are many in Nigeria, but they are not in an index. So we want to promote indexation, quality assessment of those books and journals. The primal message that I also want to give is that I'm not here to teach. I have a lot to say, I have a lot what I can answer your questions, but I want to learn, because you know what you want. You know how Africa works, you know how Nigeria works. So any solution has to come from you. Any strategy has to come from you. And I'm looking forward to learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. All right, so we'll now hear from the NREMS in area, that's the Nigeria Research and Education Network. We have from there representing the CEO, that is, let's hear from Chinedu Otuya. Chinedu.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chinedu Otuya, and I represent NGREN. I bring greetings from our CEO, who is unavailably absent due to other engagements. And I know he wishes to be here. And we also like to learn more and more and see how NGREN can support the Nigerian university system. I just want to thank everybody. Thank you, and let's have a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chinedu, for representing Dr. Joshua Atta, the CEO for NGREN. Okay. So now we want to hear from the Chief Strategy Officer for WACREN and the coordinator for LipSense, the LipSense program. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Mr. Omo Ohaya. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies that there are not enough seats on to get NGREN and myself sat with all the dignitaries. But I just thought, without any further ado, I want to welcome all of you. As you can see, this is one we've had a number of LIPSENS National Open Symposiums across different countries in Africa. This is the 8th iteration. The first time we were in Nigeria, it was during COVID, so it was, and it was the very first symposium, so it was online. Some of you might have attended. But so it's good to be back again, and this time be able to work with the key stakeholder networks in higher education. So we have the DICTs, we've got the librarians, we've got and the vice chancellor, the university leaders represented by CVC. So I'm just going to go through the agenda so you understand what the intent of this symposium is. So Tom has already spoken about the focus on increasing the visibility of Nigerian research. So that will be an underlying theme in the course of the Open Science Symposium. After the opening session, we will have a session that basically sets the stage. So you would get, I'm sure you're familiar with the UNESCO recommendations on open science. There will be a presentation on that by the regional office, for those that are not fully aware, to give you a sense of the scope and some of the promise that Professor Musa was talking about open science. Then the next session would now focus a little bit more on what the situation is in Nigeria. So we will have a presentation from the library community, we will have one from the NREN, and we'll have one from the university leadership. So the NRENs generally are research networks. They're usually IT-driven, so that will be sort of a reflection on the state of these infrastructures in Nigeria. And then in a final session, we intend, now that we would have some background, enough to have some more discussion, it will be an interactive session. So we'll have breakout groups, which we'll try and manage in the space that we have. And the idea will be to discuss issues along those 3 lines you see in your agenda. So one of the issues, these issues are sort of linked to, if you've been on the LIPSENS website, I will present later on LIPSENS, you will see that we work around 3 pillars. One pillar is related to policy, funding, and governance. A second pillar is infrastructure, and the third pillar is capacity building. So these conversations will circle around these 3 themes. And at the end of that, we hope that some of the learning that Tom is talking about, we'll be able to learn from each other. Tomorrow is going to be more action-driven. So tomorrow, the first session will be devoted to one that concerns policy. In particular, we'll be discussing the steps we need to take to improve the visibility of our research. The session after that will be focused on infrastructure. So you probably are looking around at the banners and you're seeing banners reflecting platforms that we want to pilot and launch in Nigeria. So we'll be discussing with you how we're going to do that. One of the platforms will be a national platform for journals and preprints. We want that this is driven by the community, yourselves, and we want to be able to understand where we provide support for you, whether it is capacity building, whether it's funding, to actually achieve those goals. At the end of the day, Tom will run a little workshop on DOJ and DOAB. There's also a survey that will be launched in partnership with yourselves, so we all understand the state of open access publishing in Nigeria, books and journals. So without any further ado, I think we can get started with the next item.
Thank you. So now I want to hear the opening the development director at the British High Commission in Nigeria. Please put it together for Madam Susan Shanna.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. I would like to also add my thanks to the organizers of the event, to WACREN, to LibSense, and the partners who are making this event today and tomorrow possible. I would also like to add my warm thanks to Professor Abdullahi Ibrahim Musa who welcomed me very nicely, even though it's because my name reminded him of his mentor, but it was still very nice to, to have that warm welcome. But I'd like to say to the distinguished panel members, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all, and it's my pleasure to be here with you. And again, thank you for inviting me to speak. I think on behalf of the British High Commission in Nigeria, I'd like to share with you today some thoughts on the UK's vision on science, technology and innovation, the role of open science in delivering our vision, our offer to our Nigerian allies and friends, and how we see the LibSense program fitting with our ambition. So with regards to the UK vision, science, technology and innovation is at the heart of UK government policy. It underlines our integrated approach to be a global force for good and in our pursuit of common international interests. We believe in the transformative power of STI, to ST and I should say, to change the lives of the world's poorest and to drive forward shared prosperity. And through modern partnerships as well, we will secure global resilience with our partners across the African continent. So the UK is committed to championing progress towards a more open, equitable and secure research ecosystem that is more inclusive of developing countries to support greater collaboration on science and technology. During the COVID-19 pandemic, publishers made papers and preprints open access, given the importance of science and knowledge to inform action. We need to apply the same urgency to the wider issue of scientific access. We will pursue open science-based bilateral and multilateral partnerships to confront modern global challenges such as health pandemics, food insecurity and malnutrition, climate change and resilience, geopolitical threats to sustainable peace, and shaping norms, standards, and regulations for new and emerging technologies. On all these strategic interests, the UK is committed to being a reliable and trusted partner, and we will offer our world-class expertise and robust capabilities, connecting our scientific resources and industries to our international partners here in Nigeria and across Africa for tackling our joint priorities. If I can just highlight our offer to Nigeria and what we think is most pertinent to the open science agenda. For the UK, Nigeria is a critical ally. And in the country, our priorities are firstly to deliver high quality research for development. We know that scientific research is a catalyst to innovation and discovering emerging technologies. It can also help us identify promising life-changing technologies that can be scaled up or brought to market. That is why we support demand-driven, locally led, rigorous scientific research that responds to your contextual needs. The number of university scientists ranked within the top 3% globally was 372, including 3 scientists this year from the University of Oxford and University of Ibadan, respectively. We hope to utilize this unique comparative advantage to drive global growth in ST&I. Secondly, we want to strengthen our next priority is to invest in mainstreaming gender to ensure that women and girls, as well as other marginalized and vulnerable groups, can achieve their maximum potential. Social equality and inclusion are long-standing, uncompromising UK values. And we believe firmly that everyone should benefit from development and be included in the transformations that ensue from ST&I. Finally, we want to increase the accessibility and uptake of scientific evidence through open science and science communication. We believe that scientific knowledge should be accessible to enable collaboration and foster innovation. Hence, the strategic collaboration with LibSense, EchoConnect, and in extension, the plethora of strategic government partners to strengthen the capacity for open science within academia in Nigeria, while providing a platform for policy direction in this regard. The UK is therefore proud to be part of this collaboration, and we will continue to support such programs. We view scientific research and innovation as integral to growing our economies, protecting our shared values, and strengthening our collective resilience and security. We focus on the principles and outcomes that enable a flexible framework, one that upholds the principles of open access, while recognizing and supporting the diversity of open access approaches globally and ensuring continued importance of human and intellectual property rights and national security. Finally, I'd just like to say we're the leaders, in development because it is the right thing to do, committed to using our global voice of public good, creating modern partnerships that give precedence to local ownership and needs, and offering unmatched breadth and quality of support to our partners. In the pursuit of our vision, we will be patient because we know that it takes time to achieve sustainable and transformative impact. Thank you for your attention.
Presentations, and we'll call back Mr. Omoya to do the first presentation. After Mr. Waya's presentation, more likely we'll go for tea break and then we'll come and continue the session. So in that regard, we are starting session 1, Open Science as a Policy Priority. Please let's invite Mr. Omo Waya.
Sorry, okay. So what I skipped to say is that you would have noticed on the agenda, we are expecting the minister, but that doesn't seem likely at the moment, so we are filling the gap. So if we get to hear later, we would stop the proceedings and take him, but we won't wait for that now. So I will be speaking about LibSense. I need to find out where the slides will be, or if I can operate them myself. Now these two initiatives. Can we go back to the first slide, please? So these two initiatives are what I'm going to speak on. One of them is LibSense, which you are familiar with. The idea in LibSense is to strengthen open science in Africa. But LibSense was even birthed out of another project, that has been going on for like about 10, 11 years now. Some of them here will be quite familiar with it because they were there at the inception, especially the DICTs. And it's called Africa Connect. The current iteration is a third one, which is why you see Africa Connect 3. So we've been through Africa Connect 1, 2, and 3. Slides. So I was just sort of giving you a sense of that. So Africa Connect in its first phase was 2011 to 2015. At that time, those that remember, we know that the cables, the sea cables on the western coast were quite new. The first, beyond SAT3, the first one was Main 1, 2009. So at the time, it wasn't, West and Central Africa was considered not sufficiently connected to fund. So East and Southern Africa was where we originally worked in, but by Africa Connect 2, West and Central Africa and Northern Africa joined. Now you will see those colors on the right. They represent the 3 different regional networks in Africa. So the color, we are obviously green, it's WACREN, West and Central Africa. To your right in brown is the UbuntuNet Alliance. They cover Southern and Eastern Africa. And up north is what is ASREN, the Arab States Research Education Network. They are changing into some other name now, but the area is represented by organization. Now these countries are generally the network, the countries that are involved in the research networks. In WACREN, it is 15 countries. We have 15 what we call NREN members, national representatives, but we also have premium associate members like the EcoConnect in Nigeria, Virtual University in Cote d'Ivoire, and so on. Slide. So we've managed to connect 22 out of the 38 national research networks in Africa. So there's essentially 1 per country, so think a potential of about 55. And we have established or 38 have been established, and Africa Connect has connected 22 in those countries. So these are just a list of countries that are connected in Central Africa, which is our focus. We have Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Burkina Faso, and Cote d'Ivoire. We are already currently procuring, so we're procuring for the countries we're likely to connect. It depends on what happens out of the procurement, but it will be Senegal, Mali. We want to increase the capacity to Burkina because there's a proposal to make Burkina a central hub because of its location in the Sahel. It's a way to distribute to the countries around it. Mali, popular countries at the moment. So can we move the slide? But no, hang on. So this gives you a sense of the connectivity. Look at the right-hand side. So when we started in 2010, those were the only connections out of Africa. So in North Africa, because of its proximity to Europe, had connections, one-on-one connections, country to country. And out of Southern Eastern Africa, there was one link from Southern Africa into Europe. So by the end of Africa Connect 2, you can see how we've moved. It's not that very clear, but this last diagram is as of 2019 or 2020, I think it is. And you can see how many connections, and then West and Central Africa that didn't have any connection at all now has 6 out of the region. Next slide. So this is the current project. It should have been ending in November 2023, a few months, but because the COVID slowed us down a bit, which has been extended by a year, so we'll finish this particular iteration in 2024. So the way this works is that the African partners contribute 20% of the fund, and then the European Commission supports with the 80%. So some of that big part of it, in this case about 23 million euros, is dedicated to connectivity and cloud infrastructure to drive services like we're going to be describing in the next couple of days. Slide. So the objectives. These are the main objectives. Human capital development, which is your bread and butter, what you do all the time. And but most importantly, to unlock the potential in this institution. We know the potential exists. We know, especially in like Nigeria, with so many universities and tertiary education, large tertiary education space, the migration to digital infrastructures that's a national prerogative. We want to sort of drive from these institutions. So in terms of outputs, we're very focused on output 2 in this conversation. Research education services and applications that drive open science and drive open access. Slide. So I just thought, this slide basically, this is our connection profile now, as you can see. We can, of course, there's much more to do in West and Central Africa. You can see that East and South is a little bit more connected than we are in this region. And in terms of those services, that focus I talked about, there's a direct thrust. So one is about outreach to communities like you, about these applications and how we use them. Without trust and identity, without being able to identify who you are in a digital realm, it's very difficult to work in a digital space. Now, you will see some banners there. We know that over 70% of your campuses don't have this sort of infrastructure. And then that means that you cannot identify yourself appropriately in the digital realm. Now, when you're working in a global landscape, the other person doesn't know your face, doesn't know who you are. So the only way you can actually collaborate and cooperate efficiently is by having an identity that is trusted. And it has to be also mobile. So some of that work is what we want to do in the project. We've been doing that. And there is no digital agenda without cybersecurity. So that has to be built in from the beginning, and that's a focus of Africa Connect 3. Now, the last part is the one that actually concerns the librarians mostly. Your job is to provide access to resources, digital resources for your campuses, and then without some federated identity management system, you are hampered by the way you do that. I know now that we use different sort of proxy arrangements, but they're not sufficient in this new brave world of open science. Slide. So yes, that's Africa Connect 3, background, big project. Please go to africaconnect3.net. There's a lot of information online. The screens, I think there's some banners there. You should be able to see the URL there. So LibSense. So interestingly, LibSense was also born in Abuja. Again, another meeting with librarians. At the time, we had another European Commission project. That project was trying to establish a basis for funding WACREN and funding open access structures. In that conversation, we realized that librarians were a focal point on their campuses when it came to open access. But there were, and we had run this project where we had asked researchers to propose use cases that we could support. In each one, the researchers wanted a repository to store data that they would work with this, what we call science gateways at the time. And we just, then that sort of led into a conversation with librarians, which we now ended up spawning LibSense. You see, we say LibSense now, but it was library support for embedded NREN services and e-infrastructure. A bit of a mouthful. But the idea was find a way to empower the libraries and the librarians within the university structure, supported by technology, the DICTs, to be able to support the researchers in their communities to be able to do their things. So over time, that evolved into broad context. I will tell you as it goes on. But then you can see the partners of the three research networks, the European Commission and Africa Connect 3 are the. These days, it is a much more expansive collaboration. The goals were to support cultural change. I think Tom mentioned why it's important that you drive this agenda because it's your context. And if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work at all. But we wanted to also be able to connect to organized networks like the NRENs, the DICTs, to provide technical support because we know that we had identified that was a challenge. Then there was the usual training and building value-added services. Now, those services that we build on top of this base infrastructure will be the services that are most valued by you. Every context has a different need. Slide. So this sort of gives you a timeline. I'm not going to, my slides are going to be available, so I would just run through it. So I told you about that library workshop we started out with. That was the NUC auditorium, 2016. Then we talked librarians could be institutional focal points. We got into a collaboration with IFUL. I'm sure quite a few of the librarians will know IFUL, Electronic Information for Libraries. And I worked with libraries for the last 20 odd years, and WACREN. Then the University of Sheffield joined us. The University of Sheffield at the time still does. The researcher from there was leading the research agenda because then we had to try and understand why were happening the way they were and how, so we needed a benchmark to move on. So we moved on from that, had some workshops across Africa. We had one in Accra, one in Tunisia, and one in Zanzibar. So each region of Africa trying to get some steam, get the communities together. And then Confederation of Open Access Repositories, which you should be familiar with, now also joined. At the time, we were looking at a way to harvest research across the continent. And in trying to do that, realized that there were many underlying challenges that we had to sort of deal with. Fast forward to 2019, we now have a clearer idea of what the problems are. And then Africa Connect 3 kindly funded the next steps, which were to sort of create a framework for open access in general in Africa, and provide some national demonstrators for platforms, which thankfully we have reached that stage now. Slide. Yes, so along the line, now that we know, because the first thing we had done was run a Africa-wide sort of survey doing some research on the information management capabilities of librarians and what the challenges were. Challenges were quite a few. But one of the things that emerged out of that was the librarian, the African librarian in many countries, wasn't aligned with the times. So in the sense that, there's an evolution of librarian skill sets, and the librarian of the future who is going to be able to support this open science world needed to be tooled up. But again, we don't want to take, paradigms from outside Africa, hook, line, and sinker. So there was a need to get librarians, esteemed librarians from across Africa together to discuss the skills profiles that were required for African librarians to sort of move on. So that's available. You can always look at it. But we came up with 8 skills profiles, from repository managers to research data management and archivists. So the skills are there. They were based on a format and template that's shared around higher education globally. So we decided to, then in that period as well, we developed this notion of this open science roadmap. So like I said, the first one was in Nigeria in 2020, because the idea was simply this. If we know there's such, so that people are not so aware, then we need to create these meetings together where we can actually discuss them. Along the line, the UNESCO consultation on open science was ongoing. We submitted a position paper for that in terms of how we saw Africa participating in the global engagement, and so on and so forth. And then also connected with university leaders. There's an issue of assessment and evaluation that's in conflict with open science principles. So I give you the typical one everybody's aware of. So you have higher education institutions insisting that your appraisals are based on publications in high impact factor journals that you have to pay money for, but there's no funding for it. So that doesn't make sense. It means that our leaders have to come together to think about what they're really evaluating. Are you evaluating somebody's ability to borrow money to pay somebody, or you are evaluating his work? So some of conversations have started with university leaders regionally. So the CVC has been represented a number of times, so have the other organizations that are university associations. Slide. So I just thought I would finish off by sort of giving you some sense of what we have been doing at different levels. Don't forget, LibSense works at a continental level, so we look at addressing Africa-wide issues. But then we also realize that this usually happens at national level, so there are national initiatives. But the only place we find people and researchers is the campus itself. So there's also a need to work at campus level. So at continental level, I mentioned the principles and actions for global participation. Those things they are published, so you can actually go and read those documents yourself. Those are not familiar with PIDs. PIDs are persistent identifiers. If you're not able, you need to have persistent references to data or publications so that you have a way to continually reference them. So take a simple example. I'm sure the server is down or the server doesn't exist is a common, or used to be a common term of reference in space. So this is really a way of mapping a link to a link. So when the link changes, you can change the mapping. So when you publish anything, it is always available. So, but there is, again, there's politics in science and in everything we do. One major issue with the PIDs is that they cost money. Now, up to $1 a PID, and it's a reference. So when you think about some of the work we are doing, like the next level, trying to build Africa-wide agricultural research data platform with Roof Forum. Roof Forum is this institution of 160 universities or so around over 40 countries. Now, if we were to build a platform for agriculture and want to encourage young researchers to use this best of practice, best of breed type of infrastructure, it means we have to look for money for every piece of data they submit, $1. That doesn't make any sense. And there are options that are not non-paywalled. So that document, the roadmap, basically describes the background and makes a few recommendations. So I encourage you to read it. Then I talked about identity. So to manage that identity problem, we have a workspace, right, that's supposed to allow you appreciate these technologies. If you notice the trend to what I've been describing, one way we try to build capacity is by providing demonstrators. We know if you don't try to use it or we don't show you how it works, it's more difficult to appreciate. So that's what that is. Slide. On the regional level, I already talked about the capacity building, the skills profile webinars that we do, and all the topical workshops and training that we provide. Another area that we're very keen on is leveraging high-performance computers that exist in Africa in a federation. Now, the reason why this is important is that even though when you have HPCs, and that's been improving in the last decade in Africa, they don't have enough on their own, don't have enough power to do certain things. So climate is a big agenda for us. And to process some of those models, especially early warning systems or air quality monitoring on a large scale, we need to bring these different high-performance computers together and sort of collate the power that they might have jointly to process these models. So we're doing that work with the centers of excellence. A number of them have high-performance computers. So right now what we're doing in WACREN is interconnecting them so that we can leverage that. As one of the workshops we did, we identified in Tunis that there was a lot of Arabic content. For those of you who are in mathematical sciences, you know that the Arabic predates English when it comes to maths and science. But the challenge was that the world is English dominated. So there was a problem with accessing the corpus of information in Arabic. So the LibSense worked with ASREN and partners in Latin America, so there's to develop a regional platform for harvesting that data. Slide. So on a national level, National Open Science Symposium, we have been successful in using these events to drive awareness of open science. In some countries, we have been successful in developing policies with the stakeholders, national policies. We contributed to the STI policy in Ghana. In Botswana, there is an open science policy that's been developed based on the initiation that the work we did there to start it off. This is the second time in Nigeria, like I mentioned. This particular meeting is focused on policy development, well, it's not policy, national policy development, policies at a different level. We will discuss that more during the next couple of days. And we have these platforms that we're piloting in these different countries. In Nigeria, there's one for journals, publications, and preprints, and a book platform. So there's some posters there that describe what we're doing. We can talk about that a bit more tomorrow. Slide. And on an institutional level, the campus level, we have run several policy development workshops. I don't know if any campus here yet has an open science policy, but I know that there are a number of open access policies. Now you have to remember that open access was was before this movement for open science. Open access was the overarching theme. So those we will work with you and the Library Association to see how we sort of drive that. But there is other things that we have done. We have taken what's available, so you have some sort of guide to what other universities and other countries are doing in Africa. And then that's been produced as a compendium. It just describes the different countries. I think from Nigeria, Covenant was the example that we used. Many other institutions have different levels, but Covenant had a particular trend that contributed to that. That's also available. But we've also built a checklist for universities. it's in the UNESCO toolkit. So it's a way for universities to look at, okay, where am I now? And what do I need to think about and do to sort of be open science aware and capable? Now that last line is most important. That is, we're hoping to develop that in Nigeria because there's a lot of opportunity to do that. Now we think that the campus itself, right, these meetings are great, but only a few people come to these meetings. Now if we were to invert that and created an opportunity for the researchers, the university leadership, the ICT to interact from an open science perspective on campus, then we will be more likely to achieve much more impact. So the idea is to model the library as an open science commons so that the library itself starts to evolve. And because it usually has buildings, some space, then that space will be a bit less about, more about digital material rather than the current focus on shelves for books that are old and dusty. In that program, we have also included a template for leadership, the way the leaders in the university have to be aware of this as well. Yesterday, there was a program here with a co-connect and the vice chancellors towards that sort of understanding and conversation, starting that conversation. We want to deepen that on campus so that it's ongoing. It is not one event. This is not an ad hoc thing that we will do and open science will happen. It's going to require cultural change. It's going to require some dealing with the issues you have on campus around these topics. And that means continuous activity. Next slide. I think that's the end. Oh, no, okay, yes, pretty much. So I just thought I would mention the next events. So in terms of the data repository we're building, we ran a needs analysis survey, Pan-African, so any of the agriculture professors that are here might have been exposed to that. I know all the deans of agriculture were participating in that. So we're going to be, the first results have been written up. We will have a workshop in Yaoundé, and they have the AGM of that organization on November 1st. A workshop will deal with, we'll bring the principals together and discuss the results and the next steps. November 6 to 8 in Abuja, we are going to launch a new capacity building initiative as we have tried to build these national platforms. One issue that has come across to us is that we have a gap in the sort of the infrastructure providers in terms of the developers, software developers, and the DICT sort of people. As much as they understand the technologies, the awareness of how the technology apply to open science infrastructures is sort of missing. So we want to start that program. These workshops will be for software and software developers, technical people, but it will be particular, right, about the insights into leveraging metadata, the technical standards around repositories, platforms of that sort. So it's a pilot workshop. Again, we're starting in Nigeria, so we're looking for that this time we will just sort of roll on into the rest of Africa. And then we're also, we have a cybersecurity training and community event, again in Abuja in December. Yesterday, I was in the ECOWAS Commission. They have a high-level panel on cybersecurity. The G7 it was under the German leadership, had sponsored this collaboration with ECOWAS Commission around cybersecurity so the member states could evolve their cybersecurity plans. So part of that conversation we will extend into December. And then there's a Wakren conference that's happening in March. Now our hope is that this series of activities that we are engaged in Nigeria will lead to Wakren conference in March. Some people have mentioned that they've been in conferences in different countries. Or tried to have the conference here in 2015, but for those who remember, our conference is in March, and I am sure you remember what happened in February 2015. It was uncertain. We had all kinds of conversations about what will happen during the elections, so we had to cancel it. So I'm really pleased that we're back again in Nigeria in 2024, and I'm looking forward to all the productivity that this meeting will stimulate so that we can showcase that in March. Thank you very much.
And thank you to Omo for walking us through what LipSense has been doing over the years and what we're doing ahead. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have a representative from the Ministry of Education. The Minister of State has asked this representative to stand in his stead. And so we'd like to hear the opening address now from the Honorable Minister of Education, but represented here by Mrs. Rakia Gambo Iliasu. She is the Director of University Education at the Ministry of Education. Please, let's hear from Madam Iliasu.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Like you have said, my name is Rakia Gambo Iliasu, Director of University Education at the Federal Ministry of Education. I'm here representing the Honorable Minister, Professor Tahir Mama, SANOOA. I present his address. I consider it a great honor to be invited to address you on this very important gathering of prominent stakeholders in the Nigerian higher education sector. This two-day symposium is another excellent opportunity for all stakeholders in Nigerian university education sector to come together, reflect, take stock, explore, and learn new strategies for furthering the development of sound university education system in Nigeria. I wish to state emphatically that the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian universities play a crucial role in providing a platform for the cross-fertilization of ideas on how to reposition Nigerian universities to attain global recognition and excellence. This committee provides an intellectual platform for exchanging and discussing cross-cutting issues on Nigerian university system in particular and the Nigerian education sector in general. I congratulate the CBCNU for the excellent efforts and for bringing us together once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this topic, higher education, which you have asked me to discuss, is apt and timely in view of its far-reaching implication on the policy of the direction of the renewed hope agenda of the current administration in the education sector. Higher education, according to National Policy on Education, FGN 2013, is the post-secondary education given by the universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, colleges of technology, enterprise institutions, correspondent colleges, and such institutions as may be allied to them. An education designed to produce manpower for the social, economic, and technological development of the country. It is, however, unfortunate that the higher education subsector is plagued with many things such as inadequate funding, corruption, inadequate facilities, shortage of academic staff, strike action, brain drain, poor research, weak governance, and insecurity, among others. You will agree with me that the higher education landscape in Nigeria requires a total overhaul so that it can effectively put Nigerian universities and other levels of tertiary institutions at par with others around the globe. The current administration, under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, fully understands the enormity of challenges of Nigerian higher education and fully prepared to confront them headlong. It is against this backdrop that Mr. President has promised to improve the education budget to 25% with the right policies in place. It was also towards the realization of the renewed hope agenda of the current administration that I recently inaugurated an 8-man committee headed by Engineer Dr. Nuhu Yakubu to provide a roadmap for the education sector. We need to understand that before we can harness our human resources, we need to be sure of what we need to do to fill in the gaps that have, over the years, inexplicably pulled us back. We need to know the extent at which we have met contemporary demands of tertiary education globally, And if it is not sufficient, how to address them. I passionately appeal to the Roadmap Committee of the Vice Chancellor of Nigeria Universities to committee with quality memoranda on how our education subsector would be globally and competitively in all ramifications. I equally want to commend the CVCNU for organizing the symposium with the theme Advancing Open Science and Collaboration. The role of stakeholders. The symposium presents an opportunity to learn from the experience with open science so that we can better deploy science to address the great challenges of our time, especially those that center around the achievement of sustainable development goals. We need a variety of stakeholders such as researchers, public funders, private universities, research centers, academics, national regulation agencies, and policymakers to discuss how open science can contribute to addressing the collaboration, addressing the climate crisis, and to help advance the well-being of all. Multidisciplinary collaborations are required to attract more people to research, in particular young generations and women, to increase trust in science by our citizens. The ministry is committed to furthering the role of science in solving such challenges and to bringing together stakeholders to form new partnerships and share knowledge. I'm looking forward to working with you because we share the common objectives to make science an example of transparency, openness, integrity, and opportunities. I wish you all the best for a successful symposium and look forward to further collaboration. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. So we are happy to be here. We acknowledge your presence, please. Please, can you put your hands together for Madam Eliasu? All right, so now I want to go for tea. Let me give just two announcements. Number one, we're going to share the slides with you on a link. So please be rest assured, we're going to share the slides with you. We seek the permission of the presenters and share with you. Okay. And so what we want to do now is to take a group photo first. All of us, we just proceed downstairs. We take a group photo within about a minute or less. Then we come up here for tea break. And then we start the next session, which will be session 1, Open Science as a Policy Priority. Thank you very much. And thank you to our online audience who have stayed with us. So we can now proceed downstairs. The ushers are going to lead us downstairs for the group photo. And then we'll come up for the tea break. Thank you.
T, he, T. Hey, T. T, E, 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 T, 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 T. Shake 1, 2. Hey, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Check your mic 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 2. 2. Check 2, 2. 2, 2.
questions, please note them down. We'll give you opportunity, which is why we have put the mics in front of you, to ask your questions, to clarify, understand better. But please, let's keep the talking down so that we can actually hear these presentations and actually understand them. So, Effa, are we ready? So our first presenter is Dr. Enang Moma from the UNESCO Regional Office for West Africa. So I'm sure you all know that UNESCO manages a few countries from Abuja. So it's a regional office. Her presentation will be on that UNESCO recommendation on open science, which is, as a matter of, is the de facto sort of policy document that we're all using now to describe the scenarios with open science. So she will use the opportunity to give you more understanding of how that works. So thank you very much. Well, please, let's make that a bit louder.
Okay, good morning, very distinguished participants. My name is Enang Moma, and I am the head of science sector at the UNESCO Regional Office here in Abuja. And I'm very happy to be here. And before I start my presentation, I would like to bring you greetings from the Director, UNESCO Regional Office, Mr. Sanga Dimitri. He is seated in Dakar, and he manages all of us in West Africa. But he is also very interested in what we're doing because open science is very important. And he has asked me to thank the organizers, Lipsense and Wakren, for putting this together. And also thank you, participants. Thank you for your commitment. And of course, assure you that we'll keep following up with the countries and with all actors, national actors, regional actors, on open science. So that is his message. And personally, I am happy to be here, and I'm hopeful that this symposium will achieve its set objectives. So please, can you put up my presentation now? So I'll be presenting to you the open science recommendation. Maybe I'll ask you to be rolling it for me. You help me do that so that I won't make mistakes. Okay, thank you very much. Next slide, please. Okay, before I go into the recommendation, I would like to tell you a bit about UNESCO. Of course, you know that UNESCO is United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization and is an intellectual agency of the United Nations. And we are a laboratory of ideas, we are a clearinghouse, we're a standard setter, we're a catalyst and motor for international cooperation, and that means we have a convening power. And very importantly, we're a capacity builder, building capacity in all stratas of our thematic areas. We work in 5 thematics. We have education, we have science, we have culture, we have the social and human sciences and natural sciences. I'm in the natural sciences, and we focus on peace and security. And the two focal points, the 2 priorities that we have, 3 of them, sorry, is gender and Africa and youth. So we're very interested in Africa, and we're also very interested in gender inclusion. And then, of course, we work in our member states in 193 countries. We have offices in Africa, in Arab, in Latin America, in Pacific, in Europe. And so in Africa, we have about 5 regional offices, and the regional office in Abuja covers 8 countries in Africa, 4 francophone, that's Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, and Togo, and then 4 anglophone, that's Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. So we are in Nigeria, and happy to tell you that I'm very Nigerian. So let's go to the next slide. Now, my presentation is going to be in 3 blocks. I'll talk about the need for open science. and then I'll take you through the recommendation on open science. And then, of course, I'll tell you a bit of what we have done in West Africa. The next slide. Now, we all know about the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, you see that there may not be a goal specific for science, but science is cross-cutting. For you to achieve the 17, you have to, take STI, science, technology, and innovation into consideration. So science is very important for achieving sustainable development goals. If you even want to look at the 5 priority areas talking about people, planet, reducing poverty, and all that, you will need science to achieve this. So the achievement of the goals relates to STI and innovative solutions that require efficient, transparent, and vibrant scientific community, not only stemming from scientists, but from the whole society. So this is the core of SDGs, and that means that there is need for science to be democratic, involving everybody and affecting everybody and for everybody. So there's need to democratize science and the entire scientific process and make it efficient and make it equitable and transparent and inclusive as possible. So this is the whole essence also of open science. Now let's go to this. So to that extent, we really need open science. To achieve the SDGs, we need science to be open. We need science to be efficient, to be equitable, to be transparent and inclusive. Next slide, please. Next slide. Are you hearing? Okay. Now, the other thing, why again do we need open science? We have seen that 70% of all publications are locked behind paywalls. Nigerians here will know that whenever we go for any scientific thing, we say, oh, there are scientific publications lying, in the shelves. Dust, they're gathering dust. They will gather dust because they are closed, So most of these publications are locked in. And of course, you have also this, well, I don't know whether it's a normal thing in the universities, especially. It's either you publish, you don't publish, you perish. And so you publish and then it's not open. You publish, it's not making impact. And so you just publish to grow. So 70% of all this are all locked away. And then 85, you saw that during COVID was able to move very fast and achieve a lot of results in terms of vaccines and scientific breakthroughs because scientific knowledge was open. People were collaborating. And so these publications and whatever people were doing about COVID research, it was open, and so we're able to, achieve, results, as it were. So the importance of timely and free access to data and publication information is very important, and importance of scientific collaboration and sharing of information at all levels. We need to do that. And of course, we also need science to inform policy. We need science to inform decision making. We need science. And so to that extent, we really need open science. Next slide, please. Now, we also need science, open science for science to be open, because if you look at the SDGs, you have the 3 strategies, environmental sustainability, social and economic. And of course, science is needed for all these 3 stratas if you want to look at it at the 3 stratas, you need science, you need the interface of science, you need in social, you need for environmental sustainability. And to that extent, science must be open. Science must be equitable, must be available for use, as it were. The next slide. Okay, we have also seen that there are gaps. There are gaps in publications, as I mentioned. Only 39% of the articles on water issues are open. Most reports, like the World Water Development Report, shows that Nigeria and most African countries are off track in achieving SDG 6. And this is because science, of course, is not open, and so solutions are very far. If you look at Nigerian status, even on water quality, it stands very low, but we're hopeful that this will increase. And then if we talk about, I'm just taking some of the, some part like the clean water and sanitation, that talking about goal 6. And then, luckily in health, maybe because health has to do with directly with life, if people are sick, they probably would die. And so there's some kind of emergency. So you will see that there's a kind of improvement there. We have almost 60% of articles on health issues are open. And so you have a lot of breakthroughs in medicine. You have a lot of breakthroughs. You have, new medicines and all that. You have breakthroughs for some diseases that were hitherto not curable because these publications are open. So, but then again, there are gaps. You can see that there are gaps for clean water, and clean water is very important. There are gaps when it comes to even consumption and production, talking about SDG 12. There are gaps. Even there are also gaps in climate action, SDG 16. And these gaps we have to close these gaps. And what can be done? Of course, research publications has to be open so that we can find solutions. Let's go to the next slide. Now, open science. Open science has the potential of making science process more transparent, as we have said, inclusive, democratic. It is increasingly recognized as a critical accelerator of achieving SDGs, and of course, a true game changer. Open science is very important. It has different facets. You have, we would be talking about the use, the hypothesis, the methods of development. It has the axis of data collection, data analysis, peer review, publication, distribution. All these are, of open science. So open science really is what fulfills human right to science. Making science in a way that it's fair, it's equitable. The producers and users of science can access science and make use of science, because science really is a public good, and so it has to be accessible in a reciprocal manner. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, now I'm going to tell you about the UNESCO. So recognizing the need for open science and recognizing the fact that we are also, countries are a bit off track in SDGs, then we really need to, in making science open. And so countries agreed. I told you when I was telling you a bit about UNESCO that we are a standard setter. We are a laboratory of ideas. And so countries, the UNESCO member countries had accepted that, or agreed that we have seen that we need science to move forward. We have seen that we need science to be on track in achieving SDGs. And so we will need science to be open. And they also asked UNESCO to produce innovative instruments that countries can adopt to implement open science in their country. So that's the basis of the recommendation on open science. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the recommendation on open science, there's a need for international policy and action framework, a need for common definition of open science, a need for shared values. Yes, we have seen that open science is important for development, but it has to be done in a way that, in a unified manner, in a way that we have guiding principles, we have core values, which I'm also going to be showing you in the course of this presentation. So in 2021, at the UNESCO 41st General Conference, the member states, the 193 of them, adopted the first international standard setting instrument on open science. Like I told you, they agreed to it, they wanted it, they asked for it, and so we did it, and it was presented to them, and then they accepted. But at any rate, I'll also tell you how this was done, because it's not something that we just did it and imposed it on the countries. It was a very inclusive, process. The UNESCO recommendation on open science provides an international framework for open science policy and practice that recognize disciplinary regional differences in open science perspective. It also takes into account academic freedom, gender transformative approaches, and specific challenges of scientists and other open science actors in different countries, in particular in developing countries, and contributes to reducing digital technology knowledge divides existing between and within countries. So when science is, accessible to all, then of course there will be no a high end and the low end. So we just do it and then you dump it on us. No, we want to, breach that divide. The next slide. So as I've said, I've already said this is open science, a legal instrument, it's a normative instrument, which the General Conference, of course, has formulated. And the member states take whatever legislative or other steps may in required in conformity with the constitutional practice of each state and nature of the question under consideration to apply the principle and norms. Even though there is no one size fits all, member countries are encouraged to implement the open science in line with the set values and the set guiding principles that is outlined in the recommendation. The next slide. Now, how did we go about this? How did we go about producing this normative instrument? As I've mentioned, the process was very consultative, inclusive, transparent, and multi-stakeholder. I remember when it was still in draft form, we had sent it to the National Commission. UNESCO has what we call National Commissions for UNESCO in every country, and they are a hub that interfaces with the other authorities in the country, interface with government, with academia, with private sector, and all that. And when this draft, I remember vividly, we also sent it to the National Commission for UNESCO in Nigeria, and of course they had also disseminated it, and then inputs, collected, and of course synthesized. So it was a very, consultative process. And then there were a global multi-stakeholder consultation online survey. We had about 2,900 inputs received from 133 countries. We had a lot of online consultations. I also remember during that time too, the Minister of Science and Technology then, of course, was very visible on it. He was also, he participated and made a position on one of those online surveys. And then, of course, we had regional consultations in Africa, in Arab states, in Western Europe, America, Eastern Europe, Asia, Pacific, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And also, we had thematic consultations. We had the youth scientists, citizens, academies, science unions, like the Academy of Science, and libraries and open science platform, data consultations, the UN system, and indigenous people. So you see that before we arrived at this recommendation, it had gone through a lot of, reviews, consultations, inputs, and we arrived at the recommendation. The next slide. Now, what is this? Just a brief on highlights. It is the first international normative instrument on open science. It is the first, really. And it contains the first internationally agreed definition on open science. Because in the open science recommendation, the text, when we share this slide, you will see the link, and so you can see that the definition, agreed definition on open science, it spells out the consensus core values and guiding principles of open science. It also addresses multi-actors and stakeholders of open science and recommends actions at different levels to operationalize the principles of open science. And then it proposes innovative approaches for open science at different stages of scientific cycle and calls for development of a comprehensive framework, comprehensive open science monitoring framework. So all these are highlighted in detail in the open science recommendation text, and we also encourage you to please consult, especially academia. Please take time to study this because it will also really guide your work, because you are producers, you are very main key in producing knowledge. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, the open science has four key areas. you have the uh, the scientific knowledge, which has you have the scientific the scientific publications. You have open science data. You have the open science open infrastructure. Open infrastructure, scientific knowledge. Open scientific data, and then of course open knowledge and open knowledge resources. So this makes up the open scientific knowledge for that component. You need all this. You need all this to achieve to implement open science. You also need open science infrastructure, which comprises virtual and physical. When Omar was speaking in the morning, he talked about infrastructures, and he said these infrastructures could be very costly. Yes, but of course also there is a funding mechanism that could help countries to also get open science infrastructure. And then of course you need to, open science also talked about open engagement of society actors, engaging with crowdsourcing, engaging with crowdfunding, engaging with indigenous knowledge, and engaging with even marginalized scholars. There are scholars that are producers of knowledge that are marginalized. And so open science also is talking open engagement of society actors also addresses this. And then of course there has to be dialogue with other knowledge systems, open dialogue with marginalized knowledge, with indigenous knowledge, and indeed other knowledge. So these are four key components of open science: open scientific knowledge, open science infrastructures, open engagement of societal actors, and open dialogue with other knowledge systems. And so countries implementing open science must take these four components into consideration. So the open science comprises all scientific disciplines and aspects of scholarly practice, including basic and applied sciences, natural and social sciences, and humanities. So it's not just natural science, but all aspects of science, as it were. And the open process of scientific knowledge creation, evaluation, communication to societal actors beyond traditional scientific community. It enforces those 1, 2, 3 there. I don't want to read all of them, but open science encourages this 1, 2, 3 that we have listed there. Let's go to the next slide. Open science has to be implemented according to the recommendation in as open as possible manner, in as closed as necessary manner. I know most times researchers will ask you, what about intellectual property? Why would I work and then people will just, use my work? So the open science recommendation, encourages that science must be as open as possible and as close as necessary. So as open as possible, access to scientific knowledge should be as open as possible, but sometimes access may need to be restricted. For example, to protect human rights, to protect intellectual property, to protect confidentiality, personal information, threatened or endangered species, sacred and secrets of indigenous knowledge, for example. So it has to also be restricted to that extent. And then open science encourages scientists to develop tools and methods for managing data so that as much data as possible can be shared as appropriate. So we have a toolkit that encourages researchers to develop those tools and be able to manage their own data. The next slide. Now, the open science recommendation is operated using core values and core principles. There's a principle, there's a value. Let me take the values. And member states are encouraged to operate implement open science, yes, adapting it to their own national guidelines, but maintaining the values and principles as set out in the recommendation. There's a principle, there's a value of quality and integrity. When you're implementing open science, you have to ensure that the work or knowledge is of high quality, is scrutinized, is peer reviewed, and of course, such knowledge has to be impactful. So there is the value of quality and integrity. And then, of course, also you have to ensure collective benefit. You know, it has to be, of benefit because science is a public good, so it has to benefit the knowledge producers and the knowledge users in a reciprocal manner, irrespective of, you know, their status. So it has to be beneficial. There's one thing, I'm sure some of you know what the Convention for Biological Diversity that talks about equitable and benefit sharing. So sharing knowledge, I mean, whatever benefit that comes out, how is it shared? So it has to be a collective, it has to be implemented in a way that it ensures collective benefit to knowledge producers and knowledge users. And then also there has to be equity and fairness to ensure that everyone is able to access scientific knowledge, irrespective of their age, irrespective of their race, irrespective of color, irrespective of their career level, whether they're professors, whether they are junior professors, whether they are researchers, whether they are, they are just coming up, or students, irrespective of ethnicity, irrespective of migratory status, they have to be able to access, have access to science, as it were. And then, of course, there's the value of diversity and inclusiveness. Open science must take into consideration not just the traditional, not just the conventional knowledge, but other streams of knowledge and practices, including indigenous knowledge systems. The knowledge that we think that is not the conventional one. It has to. Open science takes into consideration all forms and streams of knowledge that will benefit the society. And then, of course, principles. I've finished with values. Principles. There are also the guiding principles of transparency, scrutiny, critique, and reproducibility. Now, in implementing open science, it has to also enforce the impact of science on society, to echo the impact of science on society. So it has to be, such science also has to be transparent. And it has to be such that the society can use it to solve their complex problems. And then, of course, there's equality of opportunities. It has to, everyone, in implementing open science, everyone must be given equal opportunity. There should be no divide. There should be no, like this, we have the north-south divide, or the south-west divide. There should be no divide, And then, of course, there has to be responsibility, respect, and accountability. Open science must take into account conflict of interest. Open science, in implementing open science, knowledge must also take into account conflict of interest. It must take into account ecological consequences. That means that such knowledge must be such that it will also take into account what other consequences, ethical consequences, ecological consequences, and of course be accountable to that. And then, of course, such knowledge too, there has to be collaboration, participation, and inclusion. Open science, in implementing open science, there has to be collaboration. We have to work with everyone. Everyone has to be involved. Everyone that is necessary on that knowledge has to be involved. And then, of course, also the recommendation also encourages flexibility. Like I said, no one size fits all. So even when you are implementing the open science, you have to still, you can adapt it to your own national guidelines, but of course, ensuring that you are following the values, the core values are set in the recommendation and the guiding principles. And of course, open science must ensure sustainability in terms of, building infrastructures and building solutions that can stay for the long term, so that it will encourage scientific practice, because it doesn't just have to be for the now, but we also have to, think about the future. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the recommendation also sets out key objectives and key area of actions for member states, like Nigeria, you know, and Nigeria. So I'm now using, instead of members, I mean Nigeria. Nigeria is encouraged to prioritize 7 areas in their implementation of the recommendation. So you can look at these 7 areas as your priority areas to promote a common understanding of open science and its associated benefits and challenges, as well as the diverse parts of open science. So there has to be, and I also want to thank LibSense again for putting up this symposium. This is one of such platforms to promote the understanding of open science. And so LibSense and other actors can also work to promote the knowledge of understanding of open science in the country. Nigeria is very diverse, and so you need the private sector that are users of knowledge to understand open science. You need the university to understand open science. You need the researchers to understand. So you have to promote this understanding, because if they understand, then they will be able to, you know, practice, and they will be able to open their knowledge. And then, of course, Nigeria, like I said, I've replaced the member states, so Nigeria is encouraged to develop an enabling policy environment for open science. Happily, the National Science Technology Innovation Policy of Nigeria, the 2022, that the one that was revised 2012 was revised 2022. I say this because we also accompany Nigeria in this, has a whole section on open science. So to that extent, I think Nigeria has a policy, an enabling policy environment to implement open science. And then Nigeria is also encouraged to invest in infrastructure and services which contributes to open science. And then also the country is encouraged to invest in training, education, digital literacy, capacity building to enable researchers and other stakeholders to participate in open science. So capacity building is, you know, continuous, you know, transcends all phases, so it's continuous. In fact, there has to be training on all that 4 components of open science that I mentioned before. And then the country is also encouraged to foster a culture of open science and aligning incentives to open science. There has to be incentives. When people are producing knowledge, they have to be incentive for their knowledge, especially when this knowledge is solving problems. So there has to be that system of incentives. And then promoting innovative approaches to open science at different stages of the scientific process, and promoting internal and multi-stakeholder cooperation in the context of open science with a view of reducing digital technologies and knowledge gaps. Right now, there's a lot of gaps in digital technologies, as it were. Let's go to the next slide. So these are the priority areas that the country must focus on, and is set out in the recommendation. Now, so I've been able to give you some highlights on the recommendation. I've also been able to give you the core values, the core principles, and the areas of action that the countries are encouraged to focus on. Like I said, there's a whole text on the recommendation on open science, which you are, encouraged to study this. And I've also been able to show you the components of open science as outlined on the recommendation. Now in Africa, we've been able to do, open science have been able to gain ground a bit in Africa. There's a development of the National Open Science Policies Roadmap. And Nigeria, like I say, has that. Africa, Coast, Ghana, Botswana, Uganda, Mozambique. But most of these countries have it embedded in the science, technology, innovation policy, as it were. And then also there's development, capacity building, like the one supported by UNESCO. And then of course there are platforms that has been created, the African Open Science Platform, the African Journals Online, NRENS, WACREN. And of course we have different actors like the African Union, African Academy of Science, TCC, LibSense, NREN. All these are actors that have been doing things in open science. But then again, it's not still sufficient. There has to be we really have to promote open science in the region. Next slide. And all this, we also have toolkits, which you have the link there. have guidelines, we have guides on building capacity for open science. Like I've said, one of the key actions for countries to build capacity. So we have guides that you can use to build capacity, and you can use to develop open science policies, and then funding. There's a funding mechanism which the guides can also give, and then blustering open science infrastructure. Then we also have in the toolkit we have a checklist for universities in implementing UNESCO Open recommendation on open science, and then checklist for open access publishers for implementing UNESCO recommendation on open science. This is also very good for librarians. And then, of course, we have fact sheets, and then we have open indices, as it were. So all this, you can have it from the toolkit. We'll share the link with you, and so it will help you in the open science implementation. Let's go to the next slide. I'm coming to an end. I hope I did not overshot my timing. Well, there are key, there are challenges, of course, key challenges and high impact of implementation of the open science recommendation. There are challenges, like everything. This is a new recommendation, and so there are challenges. The challenges spans capacity building, financing, infrastructure, and monitoring. So it's a cross-cutting, challenge that we have. Of course, we have the challenge of change in conventional scientific culture. This is not something that we know. I mean, we're used to doing our publication, doing our research, and then use it. But now the research has to be open. The research has to interface with other knowledge. So it's a change in culture. And then there's a challenge of human and institutional capacity. You will agree with me that it's not everybody that knows about open science, especially amongst researchers and academia, and even in the indigenous knowledge system. And then adequate infrastructures. Internet is a problem, and you need this. You need softwares, you need hardwares, open hardwares, as it were. And then alignment of incentives and revision of criteria for evaluation of scientific excellence and scientific careers. This is also a challenge. And then addressing the unintended negative consequences of open science practice. People think that they will steal their knowledge. And so this is also a challenge. You have to convince them that they're not stealing their knowledge, as it were. So these are the key challenges. Like I said, we'll share the slides. Go to the next slide. Okay, let me just tell you a bit, just about 2 slides, what we have done also in West Africa, as it is. I've told you we're doing some things in Africa, but in West Africa specifically, let's go, we help the member states to implement this recommendation. This is the last bit now. The next slide, please. Okay. In enabling open science recommendation in West Africa, we try to look at policy, which is really required. And like I said, thankfully, Nigeria has it embedded in the STI policy. Of course, incentives, because whatever, this is your work, this is your intellectual work, and so you have to be rewarded for it. And then making communities, that making it normative, community-driven, and managed. So all this have to be done. And then, of course, making it possible through the relevant infrastructures. And in all this, whether policies, incentives, communities, you need capacity building. So these are the key areas we are looking at in enabling open science recommendation implementation in West Africa. Let's go to the next slide. So recently we had a kind of training, capacity building activity, that's capacity strengthening on implementation of 2021 UNESCO Open Science recommendation, gender inclusive STI policy making. And then there were these objectives. I'm not going to go through them, but we had this. It was for 13 countries listed there: Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Togo. It was an online intensive training that we had, and we had people. We were able to draw people from academia, from science and technology innovation sector, from environment, from education, in each of those countries. I think we had 10 people per country, attending this. and it was done with the set objectives listed there. But the very important one, go to the next slide, please. The very important one, this is just, some of the pictures. Please just go to the next slide. We had this, we had all these presentations there. We had the recommendation was presented. We had enabling policy environment for open science. It was also presented, and then of course brief knowledge sharing, and then funding and incentives for open science. We had to guide participants through how to get the requisite funds for implementation of open science, and also for incentives. Go to the next slide. So the important deliverable we had during this training is that we were able to get the participants to discuss and adopt some project ideas, because really, if you want to look at funding, it's not, the normal budget funding is never, and I don't even think it can be ever adequate for science, for research. So you have to look for sustainable funding. And sustainable funding means that you have to conceptualize something that other funders would help you to fund. And so we're able to come out with these ideas that is also aligns with the recommendation, promoting a common understanding on open science, associated benefits and challenges, as well as diverse parts to open science, and then capacity building programs engaging science experts and other stakeholders on principles of open science, and then directed towards developing massive open online courses, and then development of shared science laboratories and knowledge sharing hubs, tech hubs, and all that, promoting international and multi-stakeholder cooperation. All this, we came out with these ideas, and UNESCO is already developing, because we are to assist the countries, we're to give them that technical support. So we're already developing a concept around this idea, so that we can see how we can join efforts with the countries on regional basis to look for fundings to be able to implement these ideas, as it were. Okay, so I think to the last slide now. So we're calling you to join the UNESCO partnership and contribute to the global open science calls, and then keep in touch with us. And you can reach us through LipSense, through our website, and you can also send mails to us. We stand ready already, as Nigeria is our member state. We stand ready to accompany, give technical support to the country to ensure that we implement open science in a beneficial manner in Nigeria, and in accordance with the recommendation on open science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enang. So just to get a sense of what we know and what we don't know, just with a show of hands, can those who hadn't heard of the UNESCO Open Science, if you hadn't heard, if you did not know about the UNESCO Open Science recommendation today, put your hand up. No, okay, you've heard, but well, let's assume if you did not know of, knowledge is just hearing is not knowledge. So I just want to get a sense. So, thank you. So, are we saying that most of the room had heard of the UNESCO Open Science recommendation? I will be asking you questions. So, let me do it again. If you did not know all those things Dr. Enang just discussed with us before today, can you put your hands up? So there are more hands. Thank you very much. Now we know that we needed to hear from Dr. Enang. So now we want to hear your questions. Now you have these microphones in front of you. You have to push the button to get the light on if you want to ask any question. So questions from anyone?
Thank you very much. UNESCO is so wide, and what you present is more of a country concern. How can you assist us institutionally? You get my point. You're talking Nigeria, Cameroon, so it's so wide, it looks like a government thing. Suppose an institution requires this support. To what extent? Thank you.
So that we don't have too much back and forth, we'll take a few more questions. and then Dr. Enang will respond to them. There's one behind you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ahmed Isa Chafe. I come from Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. Most academic staff do research and publish such researches sometimes for benefits. Now, if open science is such that you make your research publicly and freely accessible, what incentives are there that will encourage academic staff to do research and put them in open science? Because such incentives are required if we want to encourage the academic staff to do such cutting-edge researches and make them freely accessible. What incentives are there? What are recommended incentives from UNESCO that will allow such researchers to do their research? Thank you.
I think that's a great question. There's another question here.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Iguela from River State University. My question is this. Now you're talking about open science. Is it just the publications scientifically published, or is it all articles that is being produced by scientists? Or what I'd really want to know, how do you get these publications? How do you assess them before you now make it open to those who need them? That's what I want to know.
Thank you, madam. Any more questions? Oh, there's one at that end.
Thank you very much. My question is
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Abdul Qadir Idris Ahmad from Sulalamido University. My question is on how does the UNESCO influence states to have a favorable policy on open science? Thank you.
Did you get that, Dr. Enang? Good. There's one question there. After him.
Thank you. My name is Aderunke Otsuna from Bowen University. Iwo. I want to ask that when you were talking the other time, you mentioned perhaps maybe the roles of the UNESCO in terms of policy, infrastructure, incentive, and what have you. So I just want to ask that from what you have said, that especially the UNESCO in Nigeria, can you give an example of where you have provided maybe infrastructure incentives to, is it to any institution, so that we get a clue of what you are actually doing? Thank you.
So there's one behind you there, and while it's going there, you can ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I've listened to the representative of UNESCO. Oh, sorry. I'm Dr. Mrs. Stella Anasi, the university librarian, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka. I would like to know how UNESCO intends to assist the librarians, because you have really told us that a lot of actually collecting data. So how do you intend to assist us to actually document, aggregate these researches in order to make it available to the intended users? Thank you.
Yes. Please, I have a question, please. Yeah, Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Nwohi from K. Ombadiwe University. My question goes this way. Number one, is IR an open science tool, institutional repository? Is it? And if it is, how or are there strategies you're going to give to us? How do we go about collecting all these scholarly outputs from our faculty members, because it is an issue. Yes, we have heard about incentives. A lecturer will come telling you, or to give you, to give you my lecture notes, because it's one of the resources you're going to upload to the institutional repository. This same lecturer will also come telling you that, oh, my scholarly work, my intellectual property, to give to you to put on the institutional repository. What are you going to give to me? Yes. So these are the challenges we are having.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Bapa Abubakar from Federal University of Health Sciences, Azari. Well, I just want to ask one question. In the course of your presentation, you made mention of marginalized scholars. And I'm so curious to know who are those marginalized scholars, please. Thank you very much.
So maybe, so that we don't overwhelm you with questions, maybe you start to respond to that while any other questions will sort of wait. Well, I can help, yes. Even some of the ones I would add to that. So go on, yes. Please, use the mic. Oh, no, that's the one that wouldn't work. Excellent.
Hello. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You know, when professors are asking you a question, you have to be. Thank you so much for the question. And really, this also shows that you were following the presentation, and your questions are all very well taken, and they're very important as it is, which is why we really want to promote the understanding of open science. Now, I will try to take them one after the other. The first question was on what can UNESCO, how can you assist the librarians to, what kind of institutional support can you give to the librarians? Yes, we will give support in line with our mandates. And that support, I also want to believe that the library, for example, if you are in, I'm just using an example, if there's a library in University of Abuja, for example, and the University of Abuja has a management, they are under, under the Federal Ministry of Education, probably. And so they should be able to identify that institution as, is an institution that needs this capacity building. The other hand also could be that your university, not that library, the university can say, okay, UNESCO, we need this kind of capacity building. We need you to assist us, train our librarians. And we could do that. We could collaborate with the university, or we can collaborate with the ministry so that we can include other universities to do that. So this is the way we work. We will not just single out a university to say no, but this is the way we work. But since you also know what you need, you can, get it across to us. And one of the ways to do that is to work with the National Commission for UNESCO. And National Commission for UNESCO is seated in the Ministry of Education, very fortunately. So if you can get to the Secretary General of the National Commission for Education, this will also help you. And so we will be able to, it will also help our work in Nigeria. So we're able to identify this area of need, and we're able to, help out. Then the other question the professor asked about, what kind of incentives does UNESCO have? It's not UNESCO. It is Nigeria. The recommendation is for Nigeria to implement for the good of Nigeria. And so the recommendation is a policy guide for Nigeria and other countries. So Nigeria has accepted as a member country that we agree to this recommendation. We want to use it to help our country. And then we give Nigeria a set of guidelines. So they are the ones now to follow that guidelines. And luckily, one of these guidelines is sustainable funding mechanism. You can say, okay, we want how can you help us? UNESCO, we really want to have a sustainable funding mechanism so that we can be able to give our researchers incentives. We should be able to buy infrastructures, the requisite infrastructures. And so we can tell them, okay, like what I presented there, we can package a project together and look for funding. You know, UNESCO is not a funding agency, but we can lead. We can enable you to have this sustainable funding. So it's actually Nigeria putting down incentives for their researchers with the guidance and technical help of UNESCO. So I hope this is clear to that extent. And then also someone talked about what is really open. Is it just publications? No. We talked about we talk about publications, open infrastructure, we talk about open codes, you know, online laboratories. These is not just publications, but knowledge, soft and hard. These are open. So this can be made open. And of course, even when you talk about publications, before it is also open, it has to satisfy the core values, you know, how transparent, how high quality is it, you know, how impactful is it. So all this has to be taken into consideration. How accountable is such a publication? Does it take into account ecological consequences, ethical consequences, and all that? Does it take into consideration other knowledge? So it has to also pass through that sort of scrutiny, as it were. And then someone talked about how do we get this policy in the states? Well, there is a national policy for science, technology, innovation. I don't know whether the states also have their own individual policies for STI. Maybe they have. If they have, they could also think about including, they can take a cue from the national one to also include open science. And as UNESCO, we can also assist you in, you know, giving you technical guidance in that. And even if it is funding too, we can give you leads to how to fund. I mean, if we have seed funds, because we have what we call, when we were assisting Nigeria to review its policy, we actually use our seed funds to also assist them, because when you are going to do a review, you have to convene, you have to also study, do a kind of performance evaluation of how the previous policy performed. So we're able to do that. To that extent, we're able to get resource persons to do that. That kind of support we can do. So we're able to follow and accompany the national STI policy. The same thing also, if there's a state, why not? We can do that. But like I said, please always interface with the National Commission for UNESCO. I think they really have to get their work going in the country, because we really also work through them. Then, of course, somebody asked of is IR open? Is it? I think we talked about IR. That's in a repository. You know, that's an infrastructure. You know, and it can be an open infrastructure. It can be open to as much as possible, and also restricted, you know, because of intellectual property and all that. So that's an open infrastructure, and depending on what the institution, depending on how they on their guidelines, you know, sort of everything in line with the recommendation on open science, they can also put together what regulations are there for this kind of repository. So yes, it is an open it's an infrastructure that could be an open infrastructure as much as possible. And then also, I think we talked about incentives and infrastructure. All these are, have funding implications. And we are advised that this fund doesn't come from UNESCO, like I said, it's from the country. So it's for all all institutions now to key into this. Yes, Nigeria has the open science policy embedded in the STI. So all institutions now can take a cue from that. What is their own policy on open science in the university? You know, what is their own guidelines? What is their own guidelines? How do they operate this open science in their institutions, as it were? And then also, what
kind of funding mechanism, are there that they can tap into. The universities can tap into funding mechanisms. There's already, but I don't know how that one operates. There's the TED fund, although that is for specialized funding for research. But again, the university can also look for funding mechanism, as it were. Outside the country, some universities fund themselves. They look for funding mechanism and they're able to sustain themselves. So this is something that university can look at, and you can leverage on open science. Imagine if you're able to produce knowledge that can solve a particular problem and that sort of a thing. Then, of course, you have some incentives, but definitely it doesn't come from UNESCO, as it were. But we have abundance of knowledge to give you. We have abundance of technical support to give you. We have, we can convene, we can bring people together to discuss and all that. And then, of course, if you want us to also give you any documents and all that, like we have the toolkit we can provide for you. So this is what UNESCO does. And I don't know, maybe LipSense also have one or two things to add to. I hope I've been able to address all the question that was put across to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enang. Yes, I think you've done a great job. Some of the questions centered around, infrastructure, and then I could sense that a lot of owners, now you've got sort of a kind of blueprint to work with. So some of the questions that were asked were also in her presentation. So I noticed that those that asked those questions probably did not miss that part or didn't understand it sufficiently. So we will share the slides. We will continue the conversation. I don't think there are any more questions for this session.
Just to add, I will also include my email. I'm the head of science sector in UNESCO regional office. So I will also include my email on the presentation. Please, you're free to present it. So I'll do that. I'll include my email in the presentation. Thank you.
I'm glad you're all excited about that. I would also encourage you to use the checklist. It's in the UNESCO toolkit. It's a check that's a little bit more. Your institutional policies, what are you doing there? We talked about incentives. So I think the question, that question was answered in one dimension. Another dimension is that we do need to look for incentives. But then IRs, the state of your IRs as well is another question. You asked for, so if your IR means discoverability, it means that researcher's work is now much more discoverable, he will know because it's available, he will get more contact. And then he starts to understand that my work being in that IR. Thank you again, Olehuk from the Director of Open Access Journals and the Director of Open Access Books. You can use this.
Yes. Yes. I already said thank you for being here and my purpose of being here. I will skip some slides very rapidly, but you can watch it afterwards because everything will be shared. I think you have to advance it now, okay. So, about the Directive of Open Access Journals. You have heard of it, I think, but I just explain it. Based on the quality, we have assessed the quality of them, so you can be sure that it's quality open access journals. We are independent, and we are not for profit. And there says Planes requires authors to publish open access. It means that Europe requires researchers that are funded by Europe funds to publish open access and also to have the journals in the Directive Open Access Journals. In 20 years, we now are there for 20 years almost, well, almost exactly. We have now 20,000 journals indexed, and our criteria are unofficial gold standard. And all the services and metadata are provided for free. Or a funder or whoever wants the information, it's all for free on the internet. So the next slide. We have a worldwide coverage. So I said we have 20,000 journals. They are not just from Europe or the US. We have 134 countries represented. We have 80 languages, and there are 10 million article records, and everything is growing very rapidly. Because a few months ago, we weren't at the 20,000. We were at 18,000 or so. It's really going fast. Next slide. The statistics, well, sometimes people think open access is too expensive, but let's say. So it means you don't pay as an author, you don't pay as a reader. We have, in our website, we have over 1 million visits per month, and many come from Africa as well. And we have a core editorial team in Europe, most of the time in different countries. We work not in an office, but we work remotely. We have more than 120 volunteers all over the world who speak the languages of the region and who judge the quality of the journals because they understand the language of the journals. We don't look at the content, so you have to be sure. We look at like that, then we don't have to listen, of course. Next slide. This is a picture of where the journals are situated, the publishers. And you see immediately that Africa is, the journals are from Indonesia, which is also a south country. But Africa needs some extra attention, I think, because there is a lot of hidden knowledge in Africa. There is a lot of potential. And that's why we decided to focus on Africa. We have focused on the whole world for 20 years now. Let's focus on Africa to give that a push. Next slide. Yeah, this is just to say that our index is being used by the Web of Science and Scopus to establish if anything is a good open access journal. And also EBSCO, Google Scholar, Dimensions especially, have all our journals in their system. So there is a lot of use by the official people for having the information that DOJ has. Next slide. Yes, next. So how are we different from Scopus and Web of Science? Well, basic difference is that we have no ranking. If you are in Scopus, Web of Science, you are the best journal here, the best journal there. We don't believe in ranking. We think ranking is one of the things that leads to inequity. And also equality is part of it. Because ranking puts people into a very unhealthy competition. You just want to publish there. Why? Why should you publish in that journal with all the thousands of other people doing the same thing? It doesn't add to the sharing of the knowledge that you want to share. So we are absolutely against ranking, and we don't say this is the best journal for philosophy, the best medicine or whatever. And especially important is also that we don't require English language. We don't require abstract in English, whatever. We just want to promote local language journals, because most people express themselves best in their own language. And so it's better, you are at a disadvantage if you don't have English as a first language. And that is not a disadvantage that should exist. So we promote local language. Next slide. This is a comparison that I did a very short while ago. So we took all the open access journals that are listed in Scopus and the Web of Science, and we see the overlap with the journals that we list in the Directive Open Access journals. And you can immediately see that while there are journals that are not in the Directive Open Access journals, but they are in Web of Science or Scopus, there is 10,000 journals that are not in Scopus or the Web of Science. And those 10,000 journals is many more than the 2,000-3,000 that are not, that we are not listing, that are in the Web of Science or Scopus. I'm not saying anything about what these journals are. You can look it up yourself. But for the 10,000 journals, many are from Global South countries, which are not in the Well, the index is like the Web of Science. Next slide. Also part of the analysis, we have looked at a global index, which is OpenAlex, that lists all kinds of journals and open access and non-open access. You can look at the open access journals that are listed in OpenAlex, and you can see that DOHA lists 20% of the ones that are known. Let's say OpenAlex lists all the known journals. Scopus or Web of Science lists 10% of it. So we have already twice as many journals in the DOHA from Africa. And if you look at all the countries from the Global South, there we are even 3 times, 4 times more than the Web of Science. Every other country in. Then we have many more journals. And those are the 10,000 that are just. Yes? So this speaks for itself, I think. Open access wins. Many people have said why open science is necessary, why open access is necessary. I'm not going to explain it again. We can have a discussion in the afternoon. Next slide. What is very important is that there is a lot of knowledge in Africa that is not being used, whatever reasons. And we have to just, as Africans, I think, you should find a way to share your knowledge with the people that need those knowledge, and not rely on the knowledge coming from the north. I mean, medical knowledge from the north is very valuable, but there is so much knowledge from the south that is neglected, not just medical, but agricultural, etc. So it's important, and also language is important. How do you publish your results? I would just emphasize, do it in your own language, if possible. Because another side effect of language extinction is that there is a lot of loss of knowledge. Next slide. I did a comparison for how many journals are in different lists from Nigeria. And you can see that the Open Journal system list from Published Knowledge Project, they have something like 2,500 journals. And Nigeria, 670 journals in that list using Open Journal systems. Going to the OpenAlex database, there is 1,000 journals. So they have less. So you can already see that OpenAlex is also not the gold standard. But of the 1,000 journals in OpenAlex, there are 225 in OpenAlex. Going to the journals in the DOHA, you see 23 journals. So it's very low indeed. And if you look at the AJOL, African Journals Online, you see an enormous amount of journals from Egypt as well, because that was Hendawi. And Nigeria is 165. Next slide. So Nigeria, if I put all the lists together and see what is the same journal in the other list, vice versa, then I come to 987 open access journals in Nigeria. Next slide. In our website, we interview some journal editors, just to give an impression of what journal editing means in other countries. And this is an example just published, like you see, the 11th of September, of a physics SS journal from Nigeria, where the chief editor has been interviewed. You can read this interview, it's very interesting, for me at least, but I think for you as well. So next slide. Next. So the question is, why do we have only 23 journals? Next slide. Well, I think one of the things is that there is a distrust that the DOHA is non-biased. People may think just, well, you come with your journal and you're rejected anyway. But we have fair criteria. I think it's more a question of not knowing and not having enough help in explaining what it means, what our criteria mean, how to be indexed in the DOAJ, and why to be indexed, what is the advantage for you. So there is also the effect of focusing on you want to be in the Web of Science or Scopus, and not in particularly in the DOAJ. So that is also focusing on those knowledge systems that are from the north, which is possibly to rethink, go and focus on systems that are not based on knowledge from the north. Next slide. Just said that there are so many journals that are invisible in the global indexes like Scopus Web of Science. And there was an investigation done by the people from Published Knowledge Projects. They find that of the 20,000, 25,000 journals in the open journal systems, that 80% is from the global south, and 84% is non-payable, there's nothing to be paid, and only 1% is indexed in the Web of Science, and 6% in Scopus. So there is a vast underrepresentation of all those journals in those databases, and unfortunately, those are the databases that are focused on a lot. Next slide. Yeah, next. And I cannot stress enough that DOAJ enhances the visibility of all open access journals, regardless of where they are. It's just basic criteria that you have to fulfill. And tomorrow I can explain to you how those criteria are and why they are not very difficult. Next slide. So I can say DOAJ raises the profile of the non-English journals. They have 80 languages. There is the team that we employ, the volunteers, come from 45 countries and they speak 36 languages. So we assess the journals in a fair way. We just want to have English. We just assess them in the languages that they are written in. And all our documents are are just available in many languages. Yes, next slide. We did a survey, and we found that the journals that we have indexed, that they say what they have as an advantage is an enhanced reputation, an increase in website usage, article downloads, citations, and also submissions, which is an essential thing for journal publishers, I would say. So there is loads of advantages. Next. Yeah, next. I think one of the issues with open access is that sometimes open access is linked to predatory journals. There are some parties in the world who have a lot of interest in linking open access to predatory behavior, and also to increase the importance of predatory journals. And this is an article that I wrote with John Tennant, and saying that the problem of predatory journals is not a very big problem. It's made big by the media, and there must be some interest behind it. And you can think of who is being interested by having authors driven to your own journals, you know. This is the reasoning. Next slide. So what I would say is that open access is being discredited by the established research infrastructures, perhaps to promote themselves. And I want to stress, open access is not predatory, and Global South articles or research is not inferior to whatever is published elsewhere. Those are flaws and those are myths. Next slide. Another aspect of open access is that it started in the north. So it can be seen as a colonialist endeavor, something that is being pushed upon you. I think. Oh, it does work, but I don't have my slides. to go. But I just say. Yes, okay. So a colleague of mine, Thomas Nkudu, he published a lot of papers on colonialist behavior and decolonize open access especially also. Think of the aspects of open access, because if you only accept open access, it can be a vehicle for colonialist behavior, just accepting all the things coming from the north as open access framework and not thinking of how open access would look best for yourself. You know, and then you're just being dominated by the publishers that are in the north that dominate that whole publishing business. And I recommend you to really read this paper. Next slide. What is also addressed by the UNESCO representative here is this, that there is a research excellence thing, there is a need for another kind of assessment. And this is a book from an open access book publisher in Africa, in Nigeria as well. Transforming research excellence. And I would tell you that research excellence in itself as an idea is also a neo-colonial thought, because if you are saying some research is excellent and you have to have it all, then it also drives the unhealthy competition I was talking about. You have to go and judge science on the merits for society, for the individuals, for what it does, for what it can do, not just for the points and the rankings and the things that you can have for yourself, you know. It is a thing for the humanity and for the population and not for individuals. And this is a really good book, having quite a lot of interesting thoughts from Africa about research assessment. It has to be reformed, and I agree with the previous speaker. Really, it's one of the UNESCO principles. Next slide. Yeah, this is a very recent published scheme on open science from the Dutch Research Foundation. And they emphasize that the methods should also be open, because often methods are not open at all. So people can do something, you don't know the method exactly, you can't reproduce it, and that is a flaw in the whole process of science. If the methods are not open and transparent, then anything can happen. So this is a key aspect of open science. And next to it, of course, citizen science is very important. Next slide. Next. So we have an ambassador program in the world. We have over 20 ambassadors all working for us, promoting open science and open access in the various countries since 2016. And we want to launch a program in Africa. Well, a more focused program. Next. Next. So what we want is, we want to collaborate with WACR and IFL and AGL to develop training. We want to advocate for open access and for policy changes. And we want to extend our African ambassador program. We have some ambassadors all over Africa, but Africa is not a country. It's just so big that we need more people. And we want to extend our program to start with Nigeria and next year Ghana, to have more just output from the efforts that we put in. Next. Librarians can pass a lot. Like Omo said, it's a key thing in getting open science, open access across. They can point the users, they can provide advice, they can integrate all the services that we provide and other services that are there provided by WACREN, all the repository stuff. So they are a key element in promoting open science infrastructures. Next. Policymakers can work through this, making it required to publish open access and to use open science. And I hope that we can convince lots of policymakers to go in that direction. Next. So what we want to do is we want to appoint ambassadors for Nigeria, training. We want to participate in conferences like this one. And we want to, well, meet with policymakers. Next. The ambassador activities consist of having more journals listed. Also train people that are there in how to fulfill the requirements of open access journals for DOAJ. Participate in the conferences and promote local languages and perhaps also translations. And this is an example of one of our African ambassadors who has been there since 2016 from Algeria. Next. We have quite a few community projects to support open access journals. This is the recently launched journal toolkit. We have also the PLACE, Publisher Learning Community Exchange, and JASPERT for the preservation of open access journals specifically. You can look this up in the respective websites after having the slides in your possession. Next. Next. So now I want to spend the last part of my talk on the books, because books is also open access. There are open access books, and you would say, well, there is not so many, and it's just certain disciplines, but it's an important part of science. I mean, social sciences is a very important part, and they really do lots more with books than the other medicine science and things like that. So I want to tell you about the Directive of Open Access Books, which is an index like the Directive of Open Access Journals, but then for books. And they list over 70,000 academic peer-reviewed books. Next. The mission is that increasing the open access book discoverability, promote trust in the quality of those books. The values are that this whole organization is not for sale, so it cannot be bought by any big party in the near future. And there is a self-audit process to improve themselves. You see on the right side DOAB OAPEN. OAPEN is also a platform for open access books, while DOAB is the index of open access books. So the platform publishes the books, and you can find full text. And the DOAB books is an index of names of books and certain metadata to find books, where after that you can go to OAPEN to find the content of the book. So it's not a content thing, DOAB is an index for quality books. Next. The toolkit is important, like the toolkit for UNESCO, the toolkit for open journals. So I recommend you go there for any of the questions, basic questions that you may have. It's a real valuable resource. Next. Yeah, next. Here you can see that the open book market is dominated by 10 northern-based publishers. The top 10 publishers are really publishing around 50% of all the books, open books. And there are very few books from Africa. In fact, in the Directive Open Access Books, I only found one from Nigeria, while there are more, probably, open books. Next. So I did some research again to see how many books could there be. These figures are not fixed. I mean, perhaps I didn't find all the things, but it's the best I could find. So apparently there are over 3,000 open books from Africa and about 100 from Nigeria. And the 100 are published by very few publishers in Nigeria. The publishers that I want to really like to meet and talk to them and other publishers of books who may be interested, come and talk to me, because we want to improve this picture. Next. The other part is, you can say, why are there so few open access books listed from Africa? Is there not so many open access books? Well, perhaps that's not the reason only. I think that there is so much interest in open books, because you can see that in Nigeria alone, from the OAPEN library, which has the full text books, there were 120,000 downloads of single books in the course of a year, so 10,000 a month from Nigeria. So there is a lot of interest in open access books. So any publisher that sees this should really think of publishing open books. Ghana picture is a bit less because it's a smaller country, but also 46,000 books were downloaded in the past 12 months. The next. So why are there so few books in the directive open access books? Well, there is a lot of things about, you don't know what the directive open access books is, so how can you be there in that open access book directory? It's also unclear how to publish an open book. There is nothing much known about the DOAB. There is also not active acquisitions. There hasn't been any ambassador program, and we had a program for Africa, so there is some knowledge already. But DOAB just wants to start a program, an ambassador program for promoting open access book publishing. Still, most of the books are in English, but there is also over 80 languages in the directive of open access books. But those numbers of books in single languages are not so very high. So we need more books from Africa to be published in OAPEN and indexed in the directive of open access books. Next. Next. You can see that, again, Africa is very sparse. Very small number of books is from Africa. And there is a lot of books in Brazil and US and Europe and even Australia. I mean, there is not enough. We have to do some work. Next. So why publish an open monograph? Well, I just also still want to say open science is just science done right. That John Tennant has said many times. And I think it's true. I mean, open science is just science done right. So why publish open? Because it's the right way to do science. And a book is also a part of publishing your science. But it may be there are some constraints like funder requirements. But the main reason is that you can be seen by many more people if you publish your book in open. Many people can access it. You don't have to pay for it. And you still can have valuable systems as a publisher to have some income. Because if you publish an open access book and there are 10,000 people seeing your book and reading it, there may be 100 who want to have it and who want to pay for it to have a copy. And there also may be people who want to have a formatted version of a book and pay some little money for it. In all, it will give you more money than when you just publish it in print and you sell 10 copies. You know? So there is an advantage for open access book. Next. Yeah, we skipped this one. Next. Next. So the directory of open access books, and in more particular OAPEN, there is a project funded by Arcadia, is a big funder, and Research England, for supporting an ambassador program. And what they want to go for is ambassador program for the whole world, like we have in the DOJ. But because you cannot do all things at once, the DOAB and OAPEN have also taken the decision to start focusing on Africa and focus first on Nigeria and then on Ghana, like we do. So it can just run parallel. Next. So I'm working together with Bastien Mirocourt, who is at the French Science Research Organization, and Malavika Ledje from OASPA, which you may know, is the Open Access Publishing Association. And what we want to have is an awareness raising, is the first thing, training, organizing, and we also want to have a future ambassador program which is wider, but starting in Nigeria. Next. We will base the work on the COPIM activities. It's just an initiative where you publish using community networks and not big publishers. It says scaling small. You want to have open books where the book publishing is not led by big publishing companies who want to just make money, but for smaller firms who take small money, still money, for their services, but also have the whole idea of open access and open science in their mind, and not just profits. So this is, the COPIM is just an initiative that we can look at to build a structure for books in other parts of the world. Next. Yeah, next. This, I think these slides are just slides to be seen at home after you have heard this talk, because you can go to websites and read yourself. Next. So next. So what we also want to do for the open access books is appointing ambassadors in Nigeria and then also Ghana. Get more books by an active acquisition program. Promote local language books. And translate DOAB information in the languages in Nigeria. Well, I know you have some 900 languages, I think, so we are not going to translate them in all those languages. But there are major languages in Nigeria different from English. Next. Next. Yeah, the submission process for a book is very simple. There are two main requirements. You want to have an open access license, so you have to describe what open access means in writing. And there has to be an independent external peer review, but at least 2 peer review experts. And then there is an application form that you have to fill out, which points at itself. You can just fill all your credentials and you have to answer some questions that are not too difficult to answer. And then there is a review where you can be accepted in the Directive Open Access Books. Next. There is a way to be immediately accepted in the index for quality books when you are already in the OAPEN library, for example. When you have published your book with OAPEN as a publishing platform. And there are other trusted platforms, like it says here, Open Edition, Shallow Books. There may be a trusted platform coming in Nigeria, for all I know. And then this can also serve to make it more easy to have your book published and be indexed in the Directive Open Access Books. Next. This is a system that I'm not going to explain, but it's the peer review of books, of monographs, which is a bit different from peer reviewing a scientific article. And this is just a framework for doing that, so that everybody is doing the same. People, book publishers adhering to this system can just follow guidelines to be immediately accepted with their peer review of their book. So it's just a guideline, a system to assist you in how to do a peer review in a proper way. Next. And also for the books, there is a lot of community engagement. There is loads of conference and webinars where people have presented all the materials from books and OAPEN. There is many groups in Europe who work with Directive of Open Access Books and OAPEN. There is study projects on diverse communities So communities, also indigenous knowledge, can be published in books. And yeah, the European Union is really supporting the open access book publishing and not just focusing on open access journals. And I hope that we can also achieve this in Africa, that we now look at preprints and journals and articles, but we also have to think of all the people who want to publish books and want to be seen. Next. So this is a survey. The link you will see when you see the shared slides. And please go to that website and fill out the questions. It's just a number under 10 number of questions that you can tell us about what we want to know, that you can tell us about open access, your ideas, how we can proceed, and what the whole picture, the whole landscape of open access books, perhaps also, if you know it, in Africa and in Nigeria in particular is. So I hope you, many of you will find the time to fill out that survey. And you can follow the link once you have the slides downloaded. Next. This was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. So it's that time again when we want to see how much of Tom's presentation was appreciated, what you think we can do, what questions you might have, and whatever assumptions you want clarified. So there's a question in front. Who's with the roving mic? So Tom, we're going to take them one. You want to take them one by one, or you don't want to write? Okay, we'll take them one by one. All right, okay, we'll take them one by one, so it's going to be a bit more interactive. So the first question.
Good afternoon, everybody here. I'm Dr. Mrs. Vera Okonoko from University of Delta, Agbo. I want to really know the difference between this open access and external database. You know why I ask this question? Because during accreditation, when our NUC officials come and we make them to know that we have open access, we have e-books, e-journals from open access, they will now ask that they don't want that, they will say they want to know how many external databases they have. That, did you subscribe to external database? So, because external database, we show e-books, e-journals. Open access, we have e-books, e-journals. So, I really want clarification to know the one that is more important. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you for your question. I think people want to have lunch. I just want to say that it is very important that the focus of the policymakers will not be remaining with the indexes and all the databases that are known in the north particularly, which is Scopus, Web of Science, other stuff, you know. And the moment that open access books and journals are indexed in the directory of open access books and open access journals, and the government acknowledge these lists as quality lists, then you can have the recognition that this is okay for your career, for your university, etc. This is the case now in South Africa, where they have our list accepted in the government list. It's also the case in Ethiopia, but there is a lot of difficulty, of course, now with Ethiopia with all the problems that are there now. And it's in the process of being accepted more or less in Algeria. So I think it's not a question of what we can do, but it's really having your government representatives taking steps to reform the assessment system.
Thank you, Tom. I think that was the best answer you could provide. So one of the key points of this symposium is the work we are doing with the networks. So we think if the university leaders who will lead this change in terms of assessment are fully appraised of this, if the librarians are aware and can actually advise their university leaders, if the directors of ICT can provide the technology on campus to make sure that these institutional repositories or whatnot are all efficiently run, then we're able to jointly influence policy. So it's not going to be, because I see a lot of finger pointing, and I'm thinking that we all have a responsibility here. But there's another question.
Okay. Thank you. Adewara, again, Director of ICT for OAU. I'm happy to hear about the ambassador program, and I'm happy that my librarian is here. So I would like to look into that. So I have two questions. My first question is, in my university, ICT is being approached regularly on how to set up journal platforms. You know, so faculties, departments say they want to set up journal platforms. So I'm interested, does DOAG support journal platforms like OJS, for example? So, which is like an open source platform. Now, why that is important for institutions is because, and that brings me to the second question. So my second question is that what is the business case for open access for a journal? Before now, we have been talking about incentive for the publisher. What is the incentive for me as a journal, for an open access journal, to set up open access, to provide a platform for researchers to provide their publications free of charge on my platform? And one of the best ways I can do that as an institution, I'm happy I saw that slide that listed some institutions that are offering open access journals. So journals, you know, so that's the second question, that what is the business case for open access journal? And the first question that will help that is, does DOAJ provide tools that can support institutions that want to set up open access journals, vis-a-vis maybe providing some platforms and software that ICT can use to support the libraries? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your questions. The first question, we don't give any tools for you to publish on a platform, but we have many partners in the world who can provide tools. So, for example, PKP, the Public Knowledge Project, who has the OGS system, they provide help to set up not sustainable. Because it rises, and even Stanford University cannot afford to pay for any publications anymore. So it should be a reasonable amount of money if there is any APC at all. The better system, in my view, is that you have research being done. Most of the time research is done by having a grant for doing research from your government or for an institution or whatever. And I think that the funders should take into account that you want to publish and provide a certain amount of money for the publishing, a reasonable amount, and not even marked as the APC. And then the journal can exist, you know. So it has to be integrated in the whole process of doing research, that it's not only buying chemicals or buying pens or buying some kinds of things that you need for your research, is also buying or providing for publishing, making things wider available. And you will agree with me that publishing online is much less expensive than publishing in print and receives much better results. But you have to convince the funders that they really have to fund the people who want to maintain a journal, and not that it goes into the direction of having a commercial company who wants to make more profit and more profit. Then that is not a sustainable system for science.
Thank you very much, Tom. Just to add to that, so as research networks, we understand that not all institutions are the same, but you all have the same objectives. So what we have promoted and continue to promote is community-driven platforms. So you are the director of ICTs. Why it doesn't necessarily have to be OAU alone. But if the network, which is why we're working with networks, if the network was to say, we will provide a platform that we can all use. Now, let's take from the point, talking about the business case. A lot of the journals we see are in print, right? So we know that that's more expensive than digital already. So you're losing money there. That means you can move to digital and save a lot of money. That money that you save will probably be enough to run this platform. So there's strength in numbers. So what we want to be able to help you do is as a community, provide these platforms for you. In the course of piloting these platforms, we would work out an economic model. But we have examples. We have examples from Japan for shared international institutional repositories. We also want that when you have an institutional repository or a journal, it should meet international standards. There's no point in having journals or journal platforms that are not exactly discoverable or not indexed. So if you have a shared platform that's indexed, that is sort of developed such that it is also instructional, it teaches the people who are using it about best practices, your cost might end up being less than $1,000 a year for everybody. Manageable costs. And then everybody can now publish and publish in the right way. There's any more, there's a question at the end. Questions here?
Okay, good morning. Is it afternoon already? It's afternoon already. My name is Kingsley. I'm from Ebonyi State. David Omar and two or so. And it's over 2 decades now that the issue of open access model of scholarly communication has been in a kind of, has been the trend. A lot of scholars are always advocating for open access, to their research findings. Now we have a new nomenclature, open science. What of open access? Is open science something different from open access model of scholarly communication? Is there any difference? That is my first question. Then the second one goes to Dr. Tom. Please, what does it take, to get a journal listed in DOAJ? As officer, is there any way you can specially support some of us that are involved in managing journals, to get our journals listed in DOAJ? Thank you.
So the second question, I really want to go for tomorrow, because there is a workshop, and then we talk about criteria and application processes and things like that. So, yeah. And then regarding the difference between open science and open access, I mean, open access is part of open science and not vice versa. So if you have open science, you can only have it if there is open access and if there is open methods and if there is open communication in general. And yeah, this is the thing. Perhaps you want to say something about this better. This is really a good question.
Okay, thank you very much. Just as you have said, the open access is an enabler of open science as such. But open science, when I was presenting, I said that it's all encompassing. It has, there's open infrastructure, open engagement, open dialogue. So it's all encompassing and it transcends all aspects of science. But in open access is enabler. It's an aspect, that must be in place if you are going to also be doing open science. So this is the way I can say it. Yeah.
I can add to that.
And secondly, please, I would really want us to look at the toolkits, for open science. You have guidelines for funding. You have guidelines for incentives. Creating sustainable funding mechanism, and this will help. I've already shared this with Lipson, and they are going to share it with you. So take time to look at these guidelines. And like I said, I've put my email there. If you also need us to technically support you, or maybe even organize some kind of follow-up training, we could do that. With the online thing, we don't even have to call you to Abuja. We can do it, maybe look at institution case by case, and then also do this kind of training as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Enang, for that offer. I was also going to sort of reinforce the toolkit, because and then the recommendations itself. The toolkit sort of, synthesizes that into bite-sized chunks in policy, infrastructure, and all of that. But you talked about open humanities. So I was going to mention something as an African that I have found out as well. So the term open science is synonymous with open research, really. Because in the UK, for instance, they would tend to use open research to describe open science. So open science, because you said open humanities, so open science includes humanities. So I think there's a small challenge with that moniker, but that's what it is, we call it. But it's open research. So as Dr. Enang mentioned, it is a research in the entire, that whole space that she described. So open humanities, open access would basically fuel that open science movement. I hope that answers the question. There was a question here.
Thank you. I'm Professor Salman Abiodun Abdusalam from Kwara State University, Malete. Let me start on a note of commendation for the clarity of your presentation. Very easy to follow. I really appreciate and enjoy your presentation. Now, in the course of your presentation, you mentioned an array of benefits, that one could derive from publishing in open access. And I begin to wonder, I don't know, the kind of attitude we have in this part of the world, as soon as you're able to access a particular material, on open access, one might begin to wonder, why do I need to subscribe or buy such material or information any longer? But you said, it's even much more better and more profitable, if you like, by publishing on open access. So I don't know how, we may want to share from your experience how we can achieve that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's on. So was this question meant for the book system or for the journal system, or in books? Yeah, okay.
No,
so
both.
Yeah, okay, but we have not so much time. Let me just talk about the books for the moment, because my example would be, if you are a publisher of books and you publish a printed book, a scholarly book, then your audience is not that wide for just selling the books to. And so my example would be, perhaps you sell 200 copies or so of the book, and the book will cost $60 or perhaps $80. And it's interesting for the people, but then not many people take knowledge of the content of that book. The moment that you are going to publish in open access for that book, then you also need money, of course, to publish that book. The digital publishing is also costing money. At the site, you can also publish in print. So you can keep your print model for the people who want that. But next to it, you are going to reach, let's say, 3,000 people who are interested in that book. And of those 3,000, there may be 2,000 who download a chapter or some chapters or the whole book. And there will be a part on them who just want to have a nicely formatted book, like an e-book or something like that, to read on an e-reader or in a system. So then you may end up with people who are willing to pay $5 or $6 or so, or 10 for a nicely formatted e-book, and they download it and it's theirs to read freely. And this system means that the publisher gains money, more money than when he was just publishing printed books. And the author gains an audience because his knowledge, his thing that he's want to communicate is communicated much wider. My examples of 2,000-3,000 is perhaps just not enough. You know, it may be for certain books you may reach 80,000 people, and then the costs of providing an e-book for a cost may just be as little as $2 or $3, you know, what almost everyone, every scientific scholar can afford if he wants to have that book of 600 pages or so. So the publisher is really getting much profit out of it, a better system, and the world or the scientific community has more knowledge shared, and there is more people taking notice of you. Your reputation as an author is also increased. So I think there is lots. I don't see any negative arguments if you do it smartly.
Thank you, Tom. I suppose that sort of is a great question, but it also sort of identifies why we should think about this from a local context as well. So we want to look at this kind of issues. What are the barriers, you know, to publishing like this? How do we circumvent them? How do we raise awareness about the options? And Tom's example was great. Now, when you think about research in Nigeria that is not visible, right? What if that research is actually interesting to a whole lot of people, but it is just not available, so you don't even know the reach of or the interest in that particular piece of research? Now, if I were some researcher doing some work where some information from Nigeria would be more useful, I'd be very happy to pay a few dollars to get it, if that is how I got it. You know, so this, and that example again of shared platforms where we can produce research, make it available online, and then have a model for generating income is one that we're very interested in pushing in Nigeria. So I'll give you one of the, in terms of books, we don't think that all books need to be printed, or when you need to, you can print them on demand. So we're hoping that, you know, we will work with the stakeholders here in this pilot to see if we can actually create a book platform that we can share, and then create on-demand printing services. So it might be that, let's take Nigeria, 6 geopolitical zones. There might be a university in each zone or some other entity, which is the printer for that region. So when we want to print, right, you can, that university might print and send to universities or other institutions, polytechnics or polytechnics that are close by. So immediately we start, but then it's always online. When we want to use it, it's there. When we want to print it, we print it. One person prints it, we reduce the cost of printing, and can be transported to whoever wants it. So there are many models. We need to just discuss them and make sure that they work for us. There's a question there.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Abdul Idris from Suleiman University. Just a rider to the statement made by Dr. Kingsley that open access has been in existence for the past 2 decades, since 2002. But to my surprise, up till today, the advocacy is still very low, especially in the West, not in this part of the world. Because up till now, that monopoly of proprietary electronic databases, for example, Science Direct, Web of Science, Emerald, ProQuest. Still, they are not opened. And now, most of the open access books and journals that you can have, lay your hands on, are not much relevant, are not much current. Still, if you want good articles, current ones, very relevant to our areas, you must subscribe to that proprietary journals. Why this monopoly? Can this advocacy reach the West and break this monopoly, even to subsidize the prices of their databases? Because here in this part of the world, we don't have much to offer. I can see that. The researchers are low because of so many issues, like infrastructure, poor funding, and what have you. Those that we rely on are not opened for us to be raised. So I think the advocacy should concentrate in the West to ensure that, truly what they have is opened for all of us. So this is my comment. Thank you.
Tom, you want to have a crack at that?
Yes, well, I think that the advocacy in the West is excellent. Because in Europe, there is a requirement to publish in open access journals. It's required, unless you have funding from some unknown funder or so. But even the big funders outside of European Union itself, if you want to do research with their money, you have to publish in an open access journal. And even goes as far in the European Union at the moment, and I'm talking from my own region, of course, that they want to make open science even required to do the way the science is done. And so the thing is that all the good science is not published in paid for journals. That's not true. I can give you references of medical research that shows very, very clearly that all the medical research being published, especially in toll access journals, within 3 years, 80% of that knowledge proves to be wrong. 80% of what is being published in the toll access journals proves to be wrong, really wrong. And open access opens the possibility of more people reading articles, finding errors, correcting things, because you cannot be just publishing for an in-crowd of people who are the experts in the certain topic and then go on publishing nonsense, If more people are involved in the scientific process, it will also be self-correcting. That is what you want. And I think, so open access being required means that many of the good articles are being published in open access journals. One example from the United States, there is a famous scientist who decided to publish his work in an open access journal, and some of his colleagues wanted to publish with him. So they agreed they want to publish in open access. And when the work proved to be very good, his fellow authors wanted to publish in experimental medicine because, well, it had more impact, blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, we didn't agree on that. And he withdrew his authorship. Good. And the reputation of his fellow authors went down as well, of course. So it's also a question of the scientists who have to prove that they are straight, that they really want to do what they want to do for open access. And not go for some surreal reputations from being published in Nature and Science and all these kind of journals.
I just wanted to add, because I also believe you're wrong, because if you think about what's happened in the last few years, we're talking about the European Commission has come up with that Europe-wide push. All the fund and the huge funder of this research has to be published in open access. The UK has, even in the latest iteration, they have been published, you had a speech from the High Commission. They've in the latest, what they call the integrated review, are making a special case of even supporting open access in low, medium income countries. That's not just there. The same things happen in the US. You might have heard of something called the Nelson Manual. Again, who are the big funders in the US? National Science Foundation, NIH. They are demanding that anything they fund, it's open access. So even the African publishers, African researchers who work with the NIH and NSF are now obliged to publish in this same way. So no, we won't discuss that because we know that that's not the case. So one more question. Sorry, you were going to speak. Well, please.
My name is Dr. Isaac Obunna. Michael Okpara, University of Agriculture, Umudike. As a follow-up to the question asked by Dr. Okonoko, first of all, my suggestion in that regard is that you increase your advocacy, particularly to the NUC, so that during the accreditation, if university libraries have open access facilities, they should not make it mandatory for us to have evidence of paid subscription. As long as we have open access facilities, requirements for evidence of paid subscription should be downplayed. That advocacy is necessary. It's a matter of policy on the NUC part. If they can change their policy, it will help in this push for open access. Then my question is, I believe that you have in place quality assurance mechanism or measures with regard to your DOJ and DOB activities. Then the question is your quality assurance mechanism focused on assessment of journals, journal articles, or based on assessment of the journal itself, or on both?
Okay, so the Directive of Open Access Journals has a number of basic criteria that guarantee that there is a quality journal. And we base our criteria on the business of publishing. So the editors, how does the editorial team function? What is the setup of the whole publishing process there? How is the company registered? For example, sometimes you find a company is registered somewhere in the US, but if you look further on the internet, it's based in India or the Philippines or something like that. So we also look into the details of the business of the publisher, and we don't look at the quality of all the individual articles, because we assume that if you have a good journal with good editors who know what they do and who have a knowledge about the topics that they judge, that the articles will be okay. If there is a case of a journal that we are suspicious of, for whatever reason, because some readers have told us, if you have that journal, go and have a better look, because it might look as if it's okay, but it isn't, then we go in more detail. So sometimes, so your question is, do you both or not? Sometimes we also look at the content of articles, and then we are going to do that because we are suspicious of the quality of the journal, and it may be predatory, just there for having money and not doing much about content quality assessment. And that, therefore, we use the people we have in our team, like the 120 or more volunteers in the world, who are in all kinds of disciplines, who we ask then, this is a journal. Do you know that journal? Do your colleagues know that journal? What do you know about it, and tell us about the content. Have a look at some articles and give us a report. And we have a quality team at the DOAJ who is more or less uniquely occupied with checking every basic aspect of a publishing business, but even the background, like I said, where is it based, is it real, are the names real, are the editors okay, do the editors have a good reputation, or are they mentioned in some ways that are not so good, and how is the content. And that team of about 6 people is daily checking on those journals that are flagged as being problematic, possibly problematic. So in the first place we look at the business, how do you do your business, is that okay? Like a publisher of normal books, you know, if they publish books, they don't publish garbage, but you know, because the editors take a look at the books, but the content may be quality different. There is a quality here, quality there. We are not ranking what is the best quality.
Before we have the next question, I think we have to, close this session. I know everybody's tired and lunch is waiting. So one more question, but before that, I thought I would echo, because it was resounding, and I could see a lot of people nodding, the role of policy, especially in the assessments. So I think leaving this symposium, one of the outcomes, could be that collectively we come up with, some recommendations towards that effect. Yeah. So we've got the Association of University Librarians, we've got the DICTs here, and we've got university leadership. I think those are the stakeholders that need to drive this change. So if we take your question.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to support you there, Omo. For the librarians that are here, director of ICT, then we're supposed to have the DAPs here, okay? With this team together put in this symposium, I'm sure it wasn't by fluke that Omo put us all of us together. We shouldn't be expecting Omo, after doing this, to now be the ones to drive the policy for us. No, it should be the other way around. We are all part of the NUC, whether we like it or not, at some point or the other. So we must put our foot down and tell them, come, look, this thing works, and we believe in it. But by the time we're able to prove that this thing actually works, NUC will not have any choice but to go along with us. Thank you.
So on a final note, we'll have the chair of the Association of University Libraries, Chip.
Yeah, I like what the last speaker said. And you can also use the recommendation which Nigeria has agreed to, and the open science policy, as your justification when you're pushing your point. Because this is a very big justification, so that they will not say that you're just saying something of your own. This is what you have agreed to, and so we have to follow it. And that's just it, yeah.
Sorry. Actually, it's as if he was reading my mind. When I raised my hand, that's what actually I wanted to say. That nobody can cry for you. You have to do your own crying. And as a follow-up to this, I think we will have to liaise with the CVCNU, because they are major stakeholders. The bulk of this pressure also go back to them, the vice chancellors, because the funding comes from the vice chancellors for subscription and other things. So I have to meet with I'll meet with Professor Ochefu, the Secretary General of CVC. I will interact with him on this, so that we have to make a push. Because by October now, we are expecting accreditation. And I know that Third Fund has just given us granted access to all university, I think I don't know if it affects private university libraries. Though some are yet to get their links. But I think there's a move to make it open to everybody. Because now access to EBSCO, some universities have gotten their links, and some are yet to get it. But what we are driving at is the advocacy is for us to do. These people are already telling us the importance of what and the benefits of this open access. Then it is now our own responsibility to push for the advocacy. And I think that's what we have to do. And it is open to any of us to come up with suggestions on how this thing can be achieved. We will be having our meetings this same venue on Friday. And I think it's going to be the major thing we will discuss. So I think we will have a push for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hassan. So I think on that note, we will end this session. I think it was a very interesting session. I hope you also enjoyed it. So we will go for lunch, and after lunch, we will now hear from within Nigeria on those three levels, leadership and the vision that leadership has for driving this agenda on infrastructure and capacity building. Thank you.
They know you cannot break barriers. They'll just close their eyes and say, Mr. A or Miss A or B, appointed. Each time I'm speaking, each time I came face to face to my subordinates, and they give me, they forward their complaint to me, I laugh. The first country in the world, they are looking for money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in Africa, because they are looking for money. So in the business, in the university business processes, and in this case, we are talking about library as a business process, ICT as a business process, and then the BC as the overseer of all of what is happening in the university as what? As a process. So we have to completely shift from the normal. For 8-9 months since I was appointed, I was doing nothing. I'm just lying down low. I'm preparing one thing, strategic planning document that will set the ball rolling. So as clearly I have my what? My direction. We are now done with the planning, and I have appointed a team that will oversee the implementation of the planning. And then just by next week, inshallah, we'll appoint another team, delivery office of delivery, directly under what? The VC's office. They monitor whatever we said we are going to accomplish, inshallah, that office will oversee. There is no going back. And because we are focused, I told them in council only 2 options. Only 2 options. If I'm introducing open access or for anything, it's either you key in or you are out. No third option, no. It's either you key in or you are out. There is no question about that. To show them that we are serious. We can't be talking about open access with funding agencies coming from across the shore. And then we just sit down and say, wallahi, no, come on, it doesn't make sense. Something that I know will benefit you, I don't have to beg you. It's just like a kid and the parents. You do it. You are giving your kids what? An instruction. You are not begging them. You are not. Parents that beg their kids, where are they now? Where are they today? The kid will cry, but whether you cry or not, if you like, I will give you tissue paper to wipe your tears. I will never be short of that. The point is, either you are for it or you are out. And that is the way I see us, either as librarians, either as BCs, or as ICT directors. Next. So with this, the whole of the purpose, the objective of we being here this afternoon is to begin a conversation about paradigm shift. Everything about open access, everything about open science is rooted in our ability to shift from the existing tradition. If there is anything that makes my library to be a library, it's because I have a vision right from the word go. I'm not gonna key into the word, to the existing tradition. I made it very clear. The very day I was appointed and the very day I reported, the very first thing I told my VC, I told him, sir, you will give me 1 hour of your time. And during that 1 hour, I don't want no interruption. I want your cell phone to be what? To be switched off. Give me the time. He gave me a time. I said, well, switch off your phone. I presented my vision for the library. And it's all about what? Turning the library upside down in a way that we never imagined. And I bought his what? He key in. 3 months after, we compile names for new appointment that will implement my vision. They smuggled about 10 names. I stood up. I shout like never before. That locally they are the same council that appointed me. I reminded them that when I was interviewed, I told them, if I'm given the position of the librarian, I look at the chairman of council. I said, you can go to sleep. Go and do some other things. But forget, the library will be taken care of. I look at the VC, then I told him that, the same thing. And I reminded them of that. And I said, now we wanted to start implementation. You are smuggling names. I said, it's either we turn those lists down or I am putting my resignation. I'm serious. They had to turn them down. And later, after the meeting, they were like, why are you, they are our employees? I said, but I have a duty. I have a duty. Exactly. So the whole objective of this is not about open science. It's about what? Paradigm shift. No matter how much we are lectured on open science, no matter how much money we are giving, I swear to God, somebody will take the money. And you won't do anything. You won't do anything. Just take it as a duty. I am willing to change. Take it as a responsibility. I have whatever figure is in your life, is in your school. That's what is keeping me moving. Every day, CASU has 20,000 students. Every day. I don't sit in my university librarian chair. I don't. Because each time I sit down, I would like, I have 20,000 students under my neck. No, I can't. It makes me have a sleepless night. I'm responsible for every single student to ensure that he has access to information. So how should I sit down in my office? I locked down all of the librarian's office. We created an open space, open workroom. Yeah. What will you be doing inside an office when we have 20,000 staff and students under our neck? Watching movies? No, not me. Not me. I closed them down. We created an open office space whereby we see everything that you do on an hourly basis, not even on a daily basis. So paradigm shift is what? Is the norm. Yeah. Next. So mode of delivery, I said it, conversational. Next. So a paradigm shift is a fundamental change in approach or underlying assumption. A fundamental change, not just any change. It's a fundamental change, a drastic change. So if in the past, librarians were after cataloging and classification, what will we be doing now? Huh? Offline, cataloging is for your consumption. The end user doesn't care. So I don't pay attention to, I'm telling you, you spend 1 million years cataloging. It's for who? It's for you. No, it's for you. I keep equating cataloging with a husband who has brought in so many pots in his house. He locked them up in the store. You are illness if they arrive the house. What is on the table is their concern, not what is in the store. Our users don't care about your cataloging. What do you have to offer to them? What do you have to offer to them? Service. And one service is what? We need to accept open science. And by accepting open science, we do not just accept it by word of mouth. We have to identify key parameters. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 key actionable parameters for the library or for the ICT department, or for the VCs, if you are a VC, for you to undertake within a specified period. We need to not only do that, we need to appoint DEX officers. We do not only need to appoint DEX officers, but we need to commit resources. If I say resources, it doesn't mean bogus resources. Most of the good things that happen in life, they cost next to nothing. I'm serious about that. Next to nothing. Yeah. Give me a complex problem, I will simplify it to the barest. I simplified it to the barest minimum. And I will tell you that it can be achieved. And I always have a slogan. My slogan is, I don't even want support of others. Yeah. Just tell me it's impossible, and I'll tell you it's possible. And by the time I succeed, if you are there, people are clapping for me, you must clap. Yes. It's just about result. We require next to nothing in terms of resources. So a paradigm is a shift that happens when the standard method of thinking or doing something is replaced by something new and adopted by several people. And that was exactly what he was doing. In his presentation, since he started DOAJ, he has faced, or they have faced, a lot of what? Obstacles. They are still facing a lot of obstacles. But then there has been a dramatic shift from the way we look at publication, from the way we look at the big names in the publishing industry, from the way they are reaping the global community with their hard-earned money. And now we are saying, no, it has to be what? Open. And we have to be open because anything, almost everything that is moving in the context of our global society today is what? It's open. How many of us are using WhatsApp? No, how many of us are using WhatsApp? If they should close down WhatsApp now, wahala day. Are you paying for it directly? No, you are not. Somebody created that platform. Facebook. How many of us are conversant with Chat GPI? How many, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much did you pay? How much did you pay? Nothing. And ChatGPT dramatically changes everything. I wish I had that during my PhD. Yes. I'm telling you. I cried. I cried during my PhD, not because I don't know the stuff, but the English. I need to write in a near native English. Each time I write, I take it to my supervisor. He will like, Abdul, come on. Why did you put comma here? It changes everything. As if I kill his mom. But if there is ChatGPT, it will correct my English. I paid thousands for my English to be corrected. Now ChatGPT can do it for you for free. You'll be there watching and you'll be smiling. Yeah. So the bottom line is, all of the things that we are enjoying is as a result of what? Paradigm shift. And there are a lot of, it's an initiative, it's a movement. Open initiative is a movement. And because it is a movement, that is why he is here. That is why, what's the other, no, the name of other company, DOAJ, a lot of other agencies are here because it's a movement. And they want to indoctrinate us into that movement for the betterment of the Nigerian society. Yeah, next slide. So here, you say I put this in red. Paradigm change that can change our life for the better. You understand? Isn't this so beautiful? You are engaging in a paradigm shift on the way we look at things, not for our own comfort, not for our own selfish interest, but because we have a responsibility to ensure that we uplift the standard of living of our people. Can we collectively think of some paradigm shifts that has happened over the years? I give you one example. In the past, we thought the earth is flat. Am I right? But now, we all believe that it's spherical. Because we now believe the world is spherical, it has changed the way we look at things, the way technology is produced, the way we travel. You understand? And so many other things. Can we think of anything, any other paradigm shift? Okay, beautiful, that's an excellent. I'm an advocate of qualitative research. He said the way we do research. You see, in the past, the natural science came up with the methodology for what? For research. And the same natural scientists that conducted experiment in a laboratory started to conduct experiment on human beings using laboratory methodology. Then they came up with, each time they came up with their findings, they were like, no, it doesn't add up. And because of that, there has been what? A dramatic shift in the way, in the methodology of studying humans. And I was shocked. Last week, somebody applied for a sabbatical in my department. I mean, in my university. And I asked him to come over for what? For interview. She knew. I don't just recruit. You have to go through series of interviews, internship, and what have you. So he's a fresh, from the way he started talking, I knew he's a fresh PhD. You know how with zeal and enthusiasm. And rather than just hit the nail on the head, his area of specialty is on affordable housing. And because I wanted to effect a change in paradigm in the way Kaduna State University conduct research, that's why I invited him. I wanted us to be part of the solution to housing problems in Kaduna State and in Nigeria. And that's why I invited him. I sponsored his trip, and yeah, just come speak to us. Because we are coming up with 1 million affordable housing project. Yes. And then in the course of his discussion, he is an architecture. I was so shocked. The methodology he used in architecture was what? Qualitative study. Yeah. So not only in the study of human beings and human behavior, you can see the dramatic shift in the way we do research. Let's have two more, please. Two more examples of paradigm shifts. Yes? A research evaluation. Can you be a bit more specific, sir? So publication is another way, paradigm shift. And that is what we are trying to do in KASU, in Kaduna State University. When he spoke about research excellence, you know, I clapped. I was the only person who clapped. Because I don't believe in that garbage. That excellence is defined by publishing in elsewhere. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. For any scholar in KASU to receive CC, Kobo, cent from the university, I don't care whether you publish in Q1 journal or Q2, I don't care. I'm not after that. What will research do to change the lives of our people for the better? Even if it didn't go to Q1 journal, I will give you accelerated promotion. Yeah, I don't care Q1 Jonah. When people are dying of malaria, when the pure water we are drinking is full of typhoid fever bacteria, and then we are busy dancing to the song of people that are over several thousand miles away from us. You will see scholars coming, hey, I publish in Q1 Journal. And when your brother is there dying for malaria, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I have never been an advocate of Q1 Journal. What I'm advocating is we have a responsibility to change lives, and we can only change lives through research. So it is in this end, toward this end, we have deviated. And that's why it took me 8 months to come up with what? Strategic planning. Yeah. 12 key research focus for CASU, that in the next few years, if you want to go to CASU, people will apply to CASU because they want to be part of the solution to poverty reduction, because they want to be a part of the solution to unemployment, because they want to be part of the solution to poor water quality. We have listed 12 of those problems. And we keep trimming those problems till when we arrive at 3 or 4. So as in the next few years, CASU will only be known for those areas on value addition. And that's when, even after we go, the dollars will be coming for those after us. Yes. We have to start from somewhere. You cannot achieve excellence. You cannot receive funding if you are neither here nor there. You are pursuing shadows. When you don't even know your value, who will give you money? Nobody. Nobody. I was watching, I love to reward myself by watching documentaries. I don't watch TV, but I watch documentaries. Each time I did something good, I just log in, and I was concerned about the toilet for students in my university. And I just said, let me see what the global community has. And I'm telling you, when I went into YouTube, there is this university in Germany. You know what they specialize in? Toilet. Yeah. So if UNICEF wanted to give money for research on hygiene or on toilet, whom do you think they will approach? That university. Yeah. Because they have built capacities, they have a direction, they have a focus. They have a focus. So having a vision, keying to your vision, and then breaking what? Barriers. When I went to Kaduna State University, I have this vision, this crazy vision. Don't laugh at me. I told myself, look, I'm transforming that university library into the best university library in Africa. So when I went in there, I saw the building like a chicken house. I'm serious. I sat down, I said, okay, I cannot make it the best in terms of building, but I can make it the best in terms of services. And I came up with 30 services. In terms of building, yes, I know ABU has beaten us. Unilag has beaten us. But they can't beat us in terms of what? Service. And I earmarked 30 services clearly written. Once you go in there, we are not a usual normal library. Is there? We have transformed into scholars' common services. It's all about what? Provision of service. Yeah. Service A, B, C, D, up to 30 different services. All aim at what? Improving 3 things. Teaching, learning, and research. I rebranded the whole of the library. You go to our library now, you wouldn't see reference unit. No, we don't have it. You wouldn't see serials unit. We don't have it. We have rebranded them into teaching support services, research support services, collaborative study space, product and disruptive technology services, you understand? All being done by who? By librarians. We redefine. Next. Now, let's come back to why we are here. The open movement is all about what? The open movement is all about something new, something that is going contrary to the norm. If we are accepting an innovation that goes contrary to the norm, what will we be considered? What will we be termed? No, what will people consider us? Rebels. Rebels. When I introduced subject librarian in my university, I was considered what? A rebel, yeah. I answered query from the governor. I am serious about this. The then governor, Erpai, he wrote. They reported me to my professional colleagues, the NLA. Yeah. It's all because we are doing something contrary to, but we are doing things for the goodness of what? Of the system. Is the system that is at stake. And all of the subject librarians that we employed, they are doing fantastically well. Excellently well. One of them just finished a conference, an international conference on not health informatics. No, it's on bioinformatics. Yeah. She read microbiology. We employed her. Then luckily one guy came back with brand new PhD on bioinformatics, and they're just kidding. And the library is now, we are the ones managing the bioinformatics lab. She is currently enrolled for degree in library science. So who benefits? The library benefits. There is no institution in the world that is closed. You go to bank, you see different professionals. You go to police force, you see different professionals. Military, different professionals. You go to hospital, different professionals. So what are we talking about? It's all about academics. There must be what? A paradigm shift. And for those of us that are in the academics, when I was the HOD, Ahmad Bello University Department of Library Science, almost 30% of my master's candidates are coming from, guess where? Computer science. Yes. Computer science are moving into our profession. So they have the knowledge of computer science and they also have the knowledge of library science. So why don't we move into not only computer science, into other professions, into other areas? Once you have your... Okay. So that's just a point. Next. Don't rebel. Don't become a rebel. So the open movement, remember we are not talking about open science. It's about openness. Openness. And because the global community is open, that's the only way we can move forward. You buy a Delta airline ticket to Paris, you end up flying British Airways. Nothing is closed. And she is laughing. You have experienced that. So if businesses can partner, if businesses can be open to accept change and innovation, why not the university community? Why not? So open movement is all about finding solution of many of the world's most pressing problems in a spirit of transparency, collaboration, reuse, and most importantly, free access. Free access. I have never spent 1 cent on a database for the whole of the 6 years I was in Kaduna State University. I'm serious. I have never spent 1 kobo. 1 kobo. I relied heavily on open access. And I am always bold enough. If they come, accreditation, I will say I have an up to the second journal article. If a journal is published this second, I have it. And you can only get that through what? Open access. Yeah. Those of us that are using Infinix, The futures Infinix has, if it were Apple that has that futures, they will triple, the price. It's all about openness. So here is about finding solution to the pressing problems afflicting the society. As librarians, as VCs, as information technology experts, our role is to find solution. And he is part of what? We have a problem about paywall for journals. He is part of the solution. Our partners over there are part of what? Are part of the solution. They are introducing open access to us in order for us to find solution to problems afflicting the society. To make this very clear, maybe you don't understand what we are talking about. In practical terms, I want us to all listen. Even if you didn't listen to all of what we are saying, please find a time to listen to this. It's all about finding solution to the world of most pressing problems. How many billions TED Fund is spending annually on research? Billions, not millions. Research is all about what? Finding solution to problems. So TED Fund money is whose money? It's our money. So TED Fund gave you money to conduct research on cancer solution or on malaria solution. You conducted that research, you published the findings, and then you are a medical doctor in one community. A lot of people are dying of malaria. You need access to knowledge. And they said you must pay your money. Does that make sense? That is why we are saying we needed to become rebellious. Yes. The money, your money, it doesn't make sense. Because somebody has instilled it in our mind that the way to go is you spend your money, you conduct research. I mean, you collect money from all of this. They gave it to you to conduct research, to solve their problem. You finish conducting the research. I collected the findings, and then I asked them to pay. Do you see I keep saying, unless we have a paradigm shift, we move forward? We just key in. If somebody said today is Wednesday, we all key in like mumus. It doesn't make sense. So from today, that paradigm shift is not in the interest of I or you. It's in the interest of solving pressing problems in the spirit of transparency and collaboration. That's why he's asking for what? Collaboration. That's why all of our partners are asking for what? Collaboration. Then open movement encompasses so many things. We have open data, open government, open development, open science, and very many. Next. We have open educational resources. We have open government partnership. Next. Open development, open access. Next. So the question is, we have mentioned several opens. Am I right? The opens are so endless that we don't have that time. The question is, are we ready for the paradigm shift? We have a choice, either to do it today or to do it now, or we wait 20 years, we must do it. So if we have to do it in the next 20 years, why not we do it now? Why wait? Next. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Please put your hands together for again. Prof, thank you for that elaborate presentation. A lot of food for thoughts that we picked from in there. We'll now move on quickly. As you can see, we're a bit behind time. So we'll have the next presenter, and that is Mr. Owen Iyoha. Mr. Owen Yoha. Please put your hands together for Mr. Owen Yoha, the CEO for Echo Connect.
Good afternoon, everyone. I actually thought Professor Jibril was next, but no problem. I can speak to everyone. I can see lots of librarians and ICT directors. So many of you I'm very familiar with. Some of you may not be so familiar with me. So, but I'm sure over the next few days, during the workshops and during the all-new sessions, there'll be an opportunity to talk a lot more about what I'm going to present. Because of the time constraints, I'll try to run very quickly through my slides. And obviously, if we need more discussions about that, I'll be available tomorrow and Friday to have more conversations. Next slide, please. So many of you know Echo Connect. We're an NREN service provider, and typically over the recent years, people associate NRENs with connectivity, campus networks, and bandwidth. We'll leave all of that now in Nigeria to NGREN to deal with that, because I'm sure that's been an ongoing problem for many years. But beyond connectivity issues, campus networks, acquisition of bandwidth, there's the issue of the provision of services that run on these networks. And so in recent years, Echo Connect has started to focus on the provision of services that run on the networks rather than focusing on the network itself. So we kind of refer to that as above the net services. You can just see some of the things that we're doing. We're very much hanging on a lot to the coattails of LipSense. So a lot of the LipSense initiatives and roadmaps, we've basically held their coattails. And over the years, we've actually learned a lot while we've been closely working with LipSense. And we've been part of the LipSense movement from its inception. Next slide, please. So when you consider the role of RENs in supporting open science, and just for clarification, because I was hearing a lot of questions about the differences, open science is an all-encompassing phrase that actually also includes open humanities. It's not just about scientific research, it's about humanities and other things. And so open access, citizen science, open humanities, and pretty much any open paradigm kind of tends to be categorized under open science. So maybe a more appropriate phrase might be open research, but open science is just kind of the phrase that's become quite popular. And so because of the whole drive, as the lady from UNESCO talked about this morning, you know, the whole world is going open for so many reasons. And the prof from Kaduna State University just gave an excellent presentation talking about that. And so as an NREM provider, we have an opportunity to actually move with that whole paradigm or open paradigm shift to offer services, consultancy and infrastructure that is geared towards the openness. So open science, open access, open infrastructure is really a role that NRENs around the globe are now playing, and it's become something that we're very focused on doing in Nigeria. And fortunately, because of some of the work we do as an NREN provider, there's some of the infrastructure that we have or building that are key to the openness drive that we'll be talking about. So we basically are offering all kinds of services that are highlighted on this slide. We're the operator of a trust and identity framework for Nigeria. We'll talk a bit more about that in the next few slides. And of course, our role, we talk to so many different stakeholders within the research and education ecosystem. So obviously librarians, ICT directors, medical practitioners. We talk to different cadres within this ecosystem. So we're a natural kind of focal point to bring people together to offer services. Next slide. Next. So again, I'm just going to rush through these slides of our open science journey. Even us as an NREN service provider, we went through a learning curve to understand what open science was really all about. Fortunately, because of our membership of WACREN, we were exposed in 2013 to 2016 to a number of EU projects that dealt with e-infrastructure, and we started to understand the importance of researchers being able to have their raw data put in systems so that rather than just publishing, other people could actually have access to the raw data so they could build upon the research that has been done or validate the research that's been done or expand on it. And one of the challenges we had in Africa was that a lot of the research that was taking place was not really being kept in an e-infrastructure. A lot of the data, raw data, was stored on laptops, or people were having hard drives and flying around the world to store them in some system or for analysis from high-performance computers. So in the early stages, we became aware of the importance of e-infrastructure. And there were a number of workshops and hackathons that we were involved in that were all gearing towards this open science journey. Next slide. And around 2017, we collaborated with WACREN because there was now this need to have cloud infrastructure where a lot of infrastructure could be hosted. So practitioners across the West African region or WACREN region could actually start to use some of these, at the time we referred to them as science gateways and e-infrastructure, and start to host infrastructure and information that researchers could host and access. In dealing with that, then the issue of who was going to be using this data, who was going to be using the infrastructure also came up. How do we keep things secure? How do we ensure we know exactly who the users are that are using this infrastructure? And so the whole idea of education identity to allow you know who your users are, who's actually using infrastructure and security, those issues started to emerge. And beyond this collaboration that we had with WACREN in a kind of cloud pilot, where we hosted the WACREN infrastructure within our data centers here in Nigeria. So we were learning a lot of things and also understanding a lot about the needs of our researchers and our librarians. Next slide. So pretty much from 2017 to date, we've worked very closely with LibSense. So we're very much aware of all the toolkits and templates that LibSense have put together. There's a lot of work still continuing that LibSense does in terms of metadata standards for African researchers. There's a whole lot of work that's being done. And LibSense operate 3 working groups, and EcoConnect actively participates in the infrastructure working group. And so it's called, we actually meet once a month with all the various NREN and librarian stakeholders. And in fact, I'm looking forward to having more participation from Nigerian, Liberians, and ICT staff in our monthly meetings, so we can get input as well from the community about the directions we should go and the challenges that are being faced by our communities. But of course, all of this gave Echo Connect a lot of information. And next slide, please. And on the basis of that, a number of workshops, webinars, in collaboration with WACREN, LibSense, African Training Initiative. There's been lots of capacity building workshops that we've undertaken in collaboration with our partners, and I think many of you have attended one or more of these workshops on this slide. Next slide, please. Our engagement, particularly with librarians, there's been a lot of engagement. So obviously I know most of the librarians in the room today, and all of that has been because of the engagement. Our user conferences, we always tend to make sure that librarians are well represented. And as we did that, the issues about identity, secure access to platforms and services continued to emerge. And we've had this discussion many times about how identity federations are being used now by many of the database providers and platform vendors to actually access data. And it's something we should be discussing about a whole lot more over the next couple of days. Next slide. So that was all really an introduction to how we arrived at providing a open science cloud that we currently have. And I just want to touch on what that's all about and what's there. Next slide, please. So again, like I said, the engagement we've had with WACREN, IFU, lots of other partners about what's happening. People like Tom are bringing their years of expertise about how to drive openness, open science, open access. And then of course, being closer to our community, we started to respond to what is it Echo Connect can do to actually start to address some of the needs of our research and education community. And so based on our discussions, what was happening in the space, we knew that there was a real need for identity, academic identity or EduID, in order for researchers, people in academia to be able to access services in a trusted manner. So when you hear about trusted identity management or federated access to infrastructure or services, this was all the kind of areas we were starting to look at. And repositories for openness, for visibility, curation, and publishing platforms. Again, that whole issue of publish or perish in high impact journals was becoming a big challenge. It was very expensive. So we're saying, okay, why can't we actually just publish our research outputs in local infrastructure repositories, or actually have local publishing platforms that are much cheaper, much closer to us, that can be used to really have the same impact. And these were kind of the things that were coming up. And of course, working with WACREN on hosting cloud applications, it became really imperative for us to be able to offer something similar for Nigeria. Next slide, please. So, the concept of having a community-governed cloud platform for open science started to sort of come together. And the idea of features, at least in the first phase of this platform, were to ensure that there were the ability to leverage identity infrastructure for access to services that would run on the infrastructure, and that so they would address things like journal publishing, repositories, We've spoken a lot over the year, actually. We've all know about repositories, how to make them better, how they should use different kinds of infrastructure to make them fair compliant, the publishing situation, how do we publish our journals, how do we even keep our raw data, and obviously any kind of digital infrastructure that needs to be secure. So obviously cybersecurity becomes a big service that needs to be incorporated into any cloud platform. So these were kind of the things that were being considered to drive an open science platform. Next slide, please. So the Nigerian Open Science Cloud Platform, or REN.NG, is essentially a community-driven portal, and it acts as a gateway to services that we're offering in collaboration with our technology partners. It's all about promoting open science and open access practice, and we're leveraging certain infrastructure that we have and been developing in collaboration with our partners, particularly the Nigerian Identity Federation, or eduid.ng, to ensure that just trusted users within the Nigerian community can use these services. And like I said, we have a number of services that run on the platform at the moment. There are some are very mature platforms, some are still being upgraded as we go along, because what we want to ensure we do is have platforms that actually fit for purpose for our own community. Next slide, please. So this is a slide which will probably be decommissioned today, because I know many of you have seen this slide in previous presentations over the last 2 years. But I guess this will probably be the last time I'll be presenting this slide before it gets decommissioned. But essentially, it's just trying to give a depiction of the services that are available from the cloud platform. So, I think some of the things that the ICT directors and librarians will recognize. We leverage Invenio RDM as a next generation repository service, and in fact it's part of a shared services model that we deploy with WACREN. So institutions that are looking to maybe deploy institutional repositories can leverage what's available on the cloud. And there are other services there like e-learning. The publishing platform, Kotahi, is there, and obviously e-learning. There are a few other collaboration services as well that are there. But essentially, these are some of the core services running from the platform. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, the platform inherently supports open science and open access. It tries to adhere to global metadata standards, and as well as standards that LibSense is working on for better support for African researchers and interoperability of work that is done among African researchers and publishers. We're looking at having a kind of messaging board, as well as collaboration platforms, so that users of the platform can actually talk to one another and discuss ideas about issues and improvements. And of course, this is all driven through federated identity infrastructure to make sure that access to the cloud platform is secure, and we actually know who the users are, and we're very sure that users are actually coming out of our community. Next slide. So again, I just wanted to touch on a particular aspect that is very interesting, because we talk a lot about repositories. You know, we've been working with LibSense and WACREN and other partners to engage our community in trying to use shared services around repositories as well. So particularly for those institutions that even don't have institutional repositories, there are options of being able to use shared services. But we'd like to really hear from you what your needs are, so that these next generation repositories can be architected in a way that suits your needs and your workflows, you know. And we are part of the Invenio development. So the Invenio RDM repository technology is an open source software, and there are lots of different organizations globally that are collaborating to working and improving it. So again, if we can get feedback and inputs from Nigeria about their particular needs, then as there are new iterations of the platform, then those kind of features can be incorporated. Next slide. So we talked about, you know, the platform being a community-driven platform, and the idea of this platform is that as it matures and we get more people, more users actually leveraging the platform, we want to be able to build the community so that the community is really driving governance and taking ownership in terms of users, where that top tier that you can see has institutions bringing their user support and knowledge and member advocacy to support the different platforms that are there. Then the middle tier partners would ensure that, okay, the underlying infrastructure is available to deliver the services that are required for the community. Next slide. So the next slide just sort of gives a bit more detail about how that ecosystem would work. And I just tried to tailor it so that, because I knew there would be a lot of the library in the right way, and we have the appropriate governance. So again, I think these slides will be made available later. I don't want to go into too much detail about it, but the idea here with the cloud service is to really get the community. So again, around that community governance with the Identity Federation, eduid.ng, we do have a kind of governance structure in place. And the diagram there kind of sort of depicts how that works. You know, EcoConnect's role is like the operator of the Identity Federation, but we have members of the technical committee who represent the wider assembly of members, which is really the entire research and education community on governance of the Nigerian Identity Federation. So when it comes to community governance of the Open Science Cloud, or ren.ng, because that's the URL, we want to sort of maybe leverage on what we have with governance in eduid.ng and sort of expand that a bit more to improve the governance of the cloud in general. And what we really need is a user uptake so that that governance and community input continues. Next slide. Of course, there are challenges to sustainability of this infrastructure. And so I was very pleased to hear when Omar announced that in December, LibSense will be running some training workshops for developers so that developers can also get the skills that can be needed to actually help with the development of some of the infrastructure, because that is still a big challenge that we have in Nigeria is really keeping the sustainability of the infrastructure that we have. At the moment, we work with experienced technology partners from around the world, but obviously we want to be able to grow more local capacity so that we can continue to grow and run and maintain open science infrastructure for Nigeria. Next slide. So, I mean, that was just really high level, and like I said, if you're interested, those are the email contacts that you can go to get more information or contact us about some of the services that are available. So thank you very much. Okay. The slides we've made available, but yeah, let's get the last page. And if there are any questions, I can take a few questions before the next presenter. Kami. Huh? Okay.
I think I'm taking from here.
Yeah, I can hear
Can
you.
I?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thanks, Owen. Very nice presentation. There are a lot of things that I think we can do, that the roles of the DICTs can play towards supporting some of the things that are happening in the library space, and I'm happy that we're here. I'm hoping that going forward we can begin to explore some of those areas. That's one. My next question is going to put you a bit on the spot, so don't worry about that. You mentioned in venue. Many of our libraries currently use DSpace. So some librarians here may be curious. This may not be the opportunity to go into details, but why should they move from DSpace to InVenue?
Well, first of all, I wasn't necessarily saying they needed to move.
No. I'm just saying there might be a good reason.
Well, to be honest, DSpace is a good platform to use. I know it's widely used, and we actually work with a number of institutions for their DSpace deployment. So I don't see any conflicts there whatsoever. But ideally, if you were to ask me, as a consultant, okay, we want to deploy an institutional repository, I would probably prefer InVenue because of its architecture and the features that it has. But of course, we know that DSpace is equally a mature product. It can support open access, so that's fine. But again, because of obviously the relationships that we're having with the developer community for InVenue RDM, the fact that it's very well integrated into some of the other infrastructures that support open access and open science, and it's got a lot of next generation features. It's very popular. And yesterday, this question actually came up in the engagement meeting we had with vice chancellors. They asked a similar question, and the kind of answer I gave was that you will know that when we talk about operating systems, we have Linux. Linux is free, totally free. It's available to download, and yet a large majority of users still use Windows, paid for Windows for different reasons. And so again, I think that's a kind of loose analogy. DSpace is well known within our community. I know lots of our institutions use it. That's fine. But I think as we move on, people might actually start to see that maybe this InVenue might be worth using because of the features that it has. So we want to promote that. like I said, in no way are we saying that DSpace can't be used. In fact, very much we support DSpace. We host DSpace for those who continue to use the DSpace. So no real conflicts. For us, it all comes under repositories. So under repositories, there are different types. I believe even the CVCNU with their electronic thesis repository are looking at something totally different. So it doesn't really matter. What's really important is that the underlying technology support standards that will allow data, research data, publications to be fair, compliant, that's findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. And as long as it's doing that, supporting open science, open access standards, then that's fine. Any other question?
Well, my question has to do with it's related to the last question asked by our director ICT. I don't know the metadata used by Invenio. Even though this space uses doubling core, so if they use the same metadata, I think migration will be possible, irrespective of the software being used for the repository.
Yes, if it had heard, yeah, by default, if a default installation of DSpace is doubling core, but there are many other standards it supports, and there are new standards that are always emerging. But yes, that's the whole point of understanding how to leverage metadata. But again, even for us as African researchers, there might be some metadata that we want to put into our publications that are not really being used right now globally. So again, LibSense is working on a project to even look at metadata standards that are specific for African research. But yes, I agree with your comments.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, madam.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Dr. Juliana Akide from LSFMA Federal University, the University Librarian. Please, it could be because I didn't attend the last time you came to our program. Maybe that's why I couldn't get most of the things you said. I want to know specifically what you can do to our universities, how you can assist librarians in open access initiative platform, and particularly for maybe database subscription. Do you engage in such?
Well, I think that's the whole point of the week. So I'm going to defer to LibSense and WACREN on that. But yes, they say there are strengths in numbers and economies of scale. So, I don't want to turn this into a library session because I'm sure we'll talk on later on in the week. But it is very important to raise the awareness of the infrastructure that librarians and ICT and other cadres of staff within universities and higher education, some is available that can actually improve your practice and actually improve your bargaining power with these subscriptions. And we've been talking about this for quite a long time. So for example, if you were to go to maybe do a Google search and put something like Elsevier and federated identity, you will actually see a result that shows that Elsevier offers its services through federated access, right? There are a lot of benefits to federated access to the Elsevier platform that also include commercial benefits. So the cost of access to those systems is cheaper and you'll be able to access it anywhere you want to, and you're not just tied down to campus. So, but I think the librarians, we need to understand all of this and how you can leverage the infrastructure that is already available to get those benefits, not just commercially, but also from a practice perspective.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Owen. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Madam, do you mind? 1 minute.
We can talk about it
tomorrow.
yeah.
Tomorrow we have a dedicated session. We have a dedicated session on open science infrastructure, where these questions are the most. I know because it's difficult to actually get a deeper understanding. So we have a dedicated session where we will discuss these matters, and we will also chart a way forward. So all of you will be here tomorrow, and I'm hoping it will be as interactive as it's been today.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Owen. So it is. I'm actually very impressed. This is one of the few times I've seen senior people stay all day like this, and so obviously you're enjoying the symposium. Well, that's excellent. So we hope you have the same stamina tomorrow. Yes, we will pray. We always pray, don't we? So we will close the day with a short presentation from Professor Al-Hassan, the chair of the Association of University Libraries. And we will take all that was left today, because we actually have around our timetable, into tomorrow. And then we'll have that. We will start with an interactive session. I will also be talking to you about some opportunities that have come up. You will see my slides tomorrow about how we'll be able to support groups within your institutions who are willing to drive this agenda forward with some financial support.
Thank you. And let me welcome us again to this session. You see, my job would have been much easier to just say, well, everything has been said, I have nothing more to say. But since I have to say something, let me say what I have submitted. I don't know, Effa? You see, for those of us who were students of John Otim, I think we have many of us here. I want us to reflect back to what that man used to say. He will come to the class and write democratization of the written word. I don't know if you said that to your class, but enable you. He will always say democratization of the written word. Then it was just like this man, he will always see him as a joker. But you can see now that the reality of the democratization of the written word is happening now. Because I know that in the library system, we operate open shelf system. We also operate closed shelf system. We do the two side by side. But like Professor Abdullahi presented, there is a shift, a paradigm shift from the closed system. We are now moving towards an entirely open system. And to look at it as a broad something, I will simply say open scholarship, whereby everything that has to do with scholarship is open. It's not just the science. The literature of science is opened, that of humanities is open, and every other thing that has to do with knowledge is opened. Yes, next slide, please. I don't want to go bother you about all this. Everything I have here has been said by previous presenters. That is the issue of what is open science, which we all know. We have had a lot of presentations have been made where open science has either been defined or pointed to or explained. So I don't think we need to stress ourselves about that because of time. Yes, next. Next, please. Okay. Right next, please. I'm just going to where the librarians come in, because all that have been said here still boils down to the librarian. Please continue. Okay, here, please, if you look at it, we said the body of literature revealed that open science focuses on 4 thematic areas: open access, open research data management, open education sources, and citizen science. If you look at all this, one thing that is just imagining in Nigeria today is the research data management. And that is why we always have problem with many of our researchers. Even we librarians, we have not been getting research data. I don't know if there's any library where researchers deposit their research data. That is one major problem we have in Africa. But now with this open science something, we will be able to get that. Next, please. Continue, please. Okay, this UNESCO pillar has been shown to us before. So you see the same thing. I also picked it from UNESCO site. So don't need to stress. Well, next, please. Yes. Pivotal roles libraries can play in promoting and facilitating open science. The first I have here is open science awareness and education. You, as librarians, we are duty bound because we are the gatekeepers into knowledge. Gatekeepers in the sense that what is produced by the scientist, by any other scholar, comes back to us. Then, if we have these things in our library, we must make sure these things are used. They are opened. Because sometimes you even have something that has free access, yet people don't know. So we must create that awareness. We should let our scholars know that, yes, science needs to be open. What you are doing, let people know what you are doing. It doesn't mean that that person will take over what you are doing. No. It is attached to your name. And we can do this by organizing workshops, webinars, and training sessions to increase awareness about open science practice. Because majority of our researchers are still not key into this open science. You see, if not for some of these activities that have been happening recently, many of us have been saying open science, just let go of it. Many don't even care what are they even talking about as far as this open science is concerned. But now that it is time, you see that everybody will now go back, refresh himself, go into it, try to understand it. Then what do I do as a librarian? How do I come in? So we have to educate them. We have to create that awareness, let them know that you, as a librarian, you are not just a librarian, but you are also a scholar. Next. Then data management and sharing. Libraries can provide guidance on proper data management practices, helping researchers organize, store, and share their data. Some of these researchers don't really know what do you mean by sharing your data. And when we say data sharing or data management, the idea of data management in research starts from the very day you start your research. Everything you do falls under your data management process. What you want, the problem, how you want to solve it, the methodology you want to use, and which you have come to use, from that incubation stage to the last stage forms part of the data management. Then this data management must be shared. The data you have developed, for instance, you are a chemistry researcher. A chemistry researcher, definitely you cannot do your research without going to the laboratory. And when you get to the laboratory, there are so many things you do in the laboratory which requires data. All these notes you are taking form part of your data that you have to gather. And this data you gather, at the end of it, You take it to the library for curation and management. Next, please. Then open access repositories. Well, I think most of our libraries now, this have been said by many people, and then we also have to emphasize that we need open access repositories in our universities. Owen has, since yesterday has been speaking about these open access repositories. Now it's recurring. And if we don't have open access repositories, sincerely, whatever we say we are doing, whatever our scholars are doing within the university will remain within the university. So the best way is we have open access. Even what has been done some years ago, we have professors that are close to retirement now. Some of them have even retired. If we still have access to some of their works done even in the 70s within our universities, so you can still have access, digitize these things and upload them into our own open access. So that people will know that this has been done by so person so year or many years back. Next. Yes, collaborative spaces and open research communities. Yes, we as librarians, we can always create or coordinate research communities that promote interdisciplinary collaboration and knowledge exchange. You see, in the library, you can have a space created for that purpose, so that when people come, they can have their collaborative research meeting. For example, in a university, if you look at the way universities are organized into faculty or school systems. And if you don't have anything related to a school, then you don't go to that school. If you look at faculty of science, chemistry, physics, biochemistry, all are interrelated. So if a research is going on, you as a librarian, you encourage them to create research communities. And when they have research communities, you make sure that at least there's a librarian as part of that research community, so that you can help them drive whatever they are doing. Because if you keep quiet, there are some things that will be done and will not be done appropriately. And see, one other thing is there are things that could have been done by you as a university librarian. But the moment you don't relate with researchers and faculty members, they will think that, no, this thing cannot be done. They will be looking elsewhere. But you are there. Make your presence felt by these people. Then you are also establishing your presence. And you say, like, these spaces can facilitate open discussions, workshops, and hackathons focused on open science topics, which will strengthen collaboration and interdisciplinary interactions within the research community. So, it is quite possible if, for instance, even as a library, as a student, you have a student of library information science who is working on something that has to do with maybe environment. You cannot say, okay, because I'm a professor of library and information science, you are more than enough to supervise him. No. This is a student of LIS, a PhD student. Go to the environmental science, people in environmental science, get somebody who is qualified, who is a specialist in what he's doing, to co-supervise this student, so that at the end of it, the product of that research work will be a masterpiece. But if you say it's your sole something, you can do it all alone. No. There must be that multidisciplinary approach. Somebody is working on a programming aspect that has to do with library science. You cannot just restrict it to the department. You have to incorporate people from computer science. Somebody who is a specialist in programming. I hope you get that multidisciplinary approach to this research by creating this community, and this thing can be championed by you as the librarian. Next, please. Yes, advocacy and policy support. This is one major thing or area. Like I think somebody was raising one point the other time about getting NUC to talk. Now, we as librarians, we must seriously advocate for this open science. Not just open science, open scholarship. In which case, everything that is produced, we need to, within our universities, individual universities, we should work towards developing policies. If you look at the, what do you call it? The open access repositories. In universities, you definitely need institutional repository policy. So you cannot just say you are establishing a repository. I remember in one of our own meetings, Professor Ezeani was giving an account of what happened in UN that time when some people threatened her with court action for attempting to upload their publications in the repository. So there must be a policy statement on ground. Everything we want to talk about, as far as openness is concerned, people are coming in new. Let them know that as you are coming into this university, this is our policy document as far as your publications are concerned. It's going to be made open. We are going to upload it to the repository, and then you make him sign. From entrance, he has to sign. Then, as far as the people who are already there, because we have three categories of people in the university that are faculty members. We have the old people there who are naturally conservative. They feel, well, they are finished, there's no need for any change. Right? We have people who have been there for some time, but are susceptible to change. They change, as changes come, they change with time. Then we have the people who are new entrants, maybe who are very young as faculty members. Such people, immediately they come, even as they are there now, they are immediately changing with time. As things are changing, they are changing. So you see that because of that, there must be policy statement. And these policy statements, we have to walk through the necessary protocol to make sure that NUC, which is our supervisory body for universities, are carried along. They must know that, yes, this thing we are doing it for the benefit of scholarship. And this is why we are doing it. Then third fund. Third fund is coming here because of two things. One, they fund research. Third fund have fund for research. And because they fund research, we have to make third fund understand that, well, the research you are funding, at the end of it, please, the product of that research should be made open so that everybody can have access. And one advantage of making things open, it will be difficult for you to now go out and cook data. You can't go to your kitchen and cook data for people. Immediately you do it, if it is open, you see that you have people who immediately write that say, this is incorrect. Sometimes if you supervise some students, I had a student, he came up, he submitted his work after failed. I was going through it. I read some contradicting statements. I said, look, this data is incorrect. He said, no, sir. I said, you didn't go to Kontagora. He said, I went there, sir. I said, no, this is not correct. At the end of it, he confessed. I told him, you have to go. I'm ready to give you money to go to Kontagora, to go and collect your data. At the end of it, he dropped out. Yes, because he was not ready to do the work. So the thing is, we see that students, even our students, we have to be very careful. They cook data. And if with this open science of it, open scholarship, open access, open everything, the idea of cooking data will reduce. You know that Third Fund has been publishing books. There's a grant. Some of us don't know, but all of us know that Third Fund has a window for book publishing. You see, this book published, you see that at the end of it, they say copyright reserved. We should educate them. We should educate them. Because the fund is a product of ASU struggle. That's number one. Number two, that money belongs to, I won't say, do I say tertiary institutions? I think it would be right to say tertiary institutions. So if you have given people money to publish books in the university, then that book should be made open. Should be made open so that everybody can have access. Put it online so that everybody can have access to that book. Even though if sometimes they say they write not for sale. It's not enough for you to say not for sale. People will still sell it. Even the journals. Yeah, because in every university, I think they sponsor 1 or 2 journals. Such journals should be made open. Yes, next. Then open educational resources is what all of us are familiar with. Please, as librarians, we should encourage this because I know some people are scared of putting their notes online. Because maybe for fear of but no, it's not plagiarism. If it's a note, at the end of it, definitely you put either reading list or bibliography where you got this information. Even if you don't do the citing, it's a note. So we should encourage this, and this should be done in conjunction with university management and faculty members. We don't just do this alone because we may encounter some difficulties. So there must be the university policy on open education resources can be strengthened if you, as the university librarian, give it a push, and you see that people will comply. Next, please. Then, regional collaboration and integration. Yes, I think it is high time university libraries in Africa get integrated to smoothen resource sharing and remove all borders to accessing knowledge in the continent of Africa. This will help to promote the idea of African research to address African problems. You see, somebody was talking, Professor Ablai was talking about Q1, Q2, Q3. I was telling somebody, this prof was just reading my mind. If we ask ourselves one question, you publish an article on issues or problems of resolving, of protecting or preventing malaria, for example, or a lot of people say it's not malaria, it's typhoid they have now. You publish a fantastic article, you carry out something now published in a journal in Europe. Tell me, who is going to use that article? The production from that article, you see, it's more or less like colonialism. They are colonizing our brains again. It's brain colonialism. Because whatever you publish, and there was an article we published in an Emerald. Do you know that we even as authors, we cannot access that article? We cannot access that article. The lead author, who happens to be one of my students, has to contact one of our friends whose university subscribes to Emerald. Then the lady downloaded it and sent it to us. Please, of what benefit is that? You, even as the author, you don't have access to your publication because your university is not subscribed to that database. There was another incident. An article was sent to one of these science direct journals. It's from engineering. It happens to my friend's wife. She supervised that research. At the end of it, they sent an article. It was not published, it was rejected. Now, the students now, because the institution where she works, are subscribed to Elsevier. She sent the article And it was accepted, the same article. So what do we say about that? And we still want to judge based on Q1, Q2, Q3. It is the content of your research that matters most. And that is why we African journals should be encouraged. We should have coordinated online access within and outside Africa. So that anything published in Africa by Africans, it should be for Africans to develop Africa. So that is my own stand as far as this issue of journal publications are concerned. We are just helping some people to grow their economy. Next, please. Now, how do we implementation strategies libraries can adopt to effectively facilitate open science? One, collaborate with researchers, faculty, and students to understand their needs and tailor library services accordingly. For instance, librarians can join research teams and take up the role of curation and dissemination of data sets. So you as a librarian, you should be part of research teams. And that is why those of us who operate faculty library systems, we always post librarians to these faculties. Please, you don't post, they should be given certain instructions of what to expect from them. They should be part of research teams so that they can do a lot. Then establish communication channels to keep the community informed about open science development and resources. Next. Develop partnerships with research institutions, local publishers, funding agencies, and open science advocates to advocate and create a supportive ecosystem leveraging open systems. That's exactly what we are doing now. And I'm happy that all of us, that awareness is there and that eagerness to set into action is already with us. Next, please. Invest in capacity building activities for library staff to become proficient in open science practices and technology. Librarians should be trained to understand the different components of openness and how openness can be used. You see, even if we as librarians, you don't have to wait for the university to do this. From your little budget in the library, organize training for your own staff. Charity begins at home. So organize training for your own staff. Let them know what open science is. If they are not carried along, you cannot do everything. Because I always say, these are the people working. We are in the policy arena. They are the people working. Then continuously evaluate the impact of library-led open science initiatives and adopt strategies with new initiatives. So we should always evaluate whatever we do. Next. In conclusion, libraries are essential enablers of open science and have the potential to transform the research landscape by promoting transparency, collaboration, and accessibility. By providing education, resources, and support, libraries can empower researchers to embrace open science principles and contribute to the advancement of knowledge for the benefit of society at large. You know, there's always a saying that the librarian means to do good. He does what he means. He is always doing good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Al-Hassan. That was a great presentation, especially about the role of the library. And it is aligned with our own vision of the library as an open science commons. So tomorrow, we will have ample opportunity to unpack this and so that we can come up with a strategy that actually achieves all those goals. I would like to say too that, you know, I would refer you again to the skills profiles that we developed for librarians, because a lot of these new roles require that librarians have the ability to actually perform them. So, but you have done very well. Again, I'm thanking you all, especially the participants, for lasting this long. It's been almost 8.5 hours today. We will try and make it much shorter tomorrow, so please come in early. But I think it's time we call it a day, and I will call on our host, the Secretary General of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, Professor Shefu, to give us some closing remarks.
Thank you, Omo. Distinguished participants, my chairman, I salute. I remain loyal. I've seen a lot of my people here. On behalf of the Secretariat of the Committee of Vice Chancellors, I welcome you all. Sorry I was not here to formally receive you in the morning. I had other assignments. And I first met Omo in Ivory Coast and doing what he was doing now. And I'm like, when are you coming home to do this for your home people? And we dragged the matter for nearly 1 year, and I'm happy that this is happening today. Because in the world of work that we have found ourselves, our environment has changed dramatically in the last 15 to 20 years. I just gave a talk on going back to return to the ivory tower, the drivers and the enablers, and I told the governing council of the university that I made the presentation that where we are coming from in terms of our tradition as universities is 1,000 years old. And every so often, major changes happen and we flip. When we went to the university, it was the good old card that you used to search for materials in the library. And between your lecturer, the notes, and the library, you didn't have any information on that subject matter. Fast forward to the students that we have today. They lie down on their beds and go to anywhere in the world that they want to go to. And so the way we teach, the way we learn, the way we do research has changed forever. Those days are not coming back. And so we have a situation whereby those of us who are the practitioners and drivers of the system are standing on one leg, and our children who are the main actors are standing on 3 legs, and we need to play catch-up of some sort. And that is why programs like this are useful, so that we can compare notes, we can share ideas, and we can work together. Some of the gulfs that exist in our ecosystem, in our operating environments, are not just unnecessary, but are immaterial in the world that we live in. Immaterial in the sense that we have to depend on one another. The role of the librarian in the universities has always been there. They are the custodians of all the knowledge that we generate. They are, apart from the vice chancellor, they are easily the most important persons in the university, other than the vice chancellor. And I say that to the vice chancellors, that the rest of us play secondary roles. These days, between the chancellor of the exchequer, the what they call it, the scribe of the university, and the directors of ICT. Where is my friend Yakmut? Yes, they assume all manner of positions as far as prominence is concerned, But the custodians of the knowledge that we produce and generate are the librarians. We know this, and it's important. And I tell the vice chancellors that these are the people who are custodians of all your knowledge, And that's why they say when an old man dies, it's like a library has gotten burnt down. So it's the same thing. If the university doesn't have library, and I tell them that you think NUC did not know what it was doing when it said 70% for accreditation. You can do 100 in all the other things. If you don't get up to 70% in library, you don't get the full accreditation. Were they smoking something when they put that clause there? They knew exactly what they are doing because of the role that library plays. But at the same time, because our libraries, our repositories have become digitized, and the people who manage the technology back end, are the ICT people, So you cannot do without them. And you need money to drive your processes. So you need to be nice to the bosser, And of course, you also need to defer to the big man, the Oga at the top, to do the approvals, And I like to tell my staff of principal officers of the university that when you take a request to your vice chancellor in May, June, when the session is about to run out, and you are going to ask him for renewal of your database, you are looking for trouble, you know, because the way he will cut the eye for you, you will not even be able to leave it on his table, you know. So timing of the request is very, very important, you know, and then making friends with the people who also make things happen is also very important. So we're all working in that big family, that big ecosystem, and it is through that way that we'll now be able to overcome some of the challenges that we meet in the course of delivering university education in Nigeria. So I'd like to thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to seeing tomorrow so that we can begin to see how we can tap into some of the low-hanging fruits. We are working with TED Fund to transform our landscape, and I'm sure you are beginning to see some of the things that we're already doing, and a lot more is going to be done there. When I came in, I saw a VC of Kaduna State University. Has he gone? Prof. Yes. I know he's one of you. He's the first librarian to be a vice chancellor in Nigeria. So when we had this program, I bounced on him at very short notice, and I said, Prof, you must be here and talk and greet your people, because before you were sitting on this type of the table, now you are sitting on the other side of the table. So come and tell them what it means. I'm sure what I've just told them, not to bring requests to you when you don't have any money, because you not answer them, even though you were a former librarian. But I really need to thank him for coming at very short notice to address this honorable house, and then look forward to a very robust engagement session tomorrow. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much, Professor Shefu. So, just a little announcement. Dr. Binta Farouk and Taiwo Ajayi, if you're here, there's somebody looking for you downstairs. Right, otherwise, it is, there is some tea as you go, just so that you can take your time, do a bit of networking, prepare yourselves mentally for tomorrow, or just go, up to you. But there is some tea for you.